back, everybody. We are here. We made it. We are on day two of the jury watch. The jury went out last night, spent a couple hours, and as of right now, as you can see here, uh, court hasn't quite come back into session today. The jury was um, sequestered last night. We're just waiting on the judge to step back in and give some direction this morning, and and we'll go from there. So I'm going to go ahead and give folks a little bit of time to get in here, and then we'll kickstart the day and see where that takes us. So I'm going to go ahead and throw in an intro here, give it a minute or two. What's up, everybody? If you would please share the stream. Let me go ahead and put this up here and remind everybody that we are working on, man, day 15. Day 15. We made it 15 days of madness with Darrell Brooks. But like I said, the jury is, they are, you know, they're on their way. Jury deliberation, I'm going to say day two. There we go. Boom. And I'll scroll this across the bottom here. Yeah, how's everyone doing this morning? Hopefully you got some rest. I know yesterday, man, yesterday was a long one. Yesterday was a very, very long one. So I commend everybody who was able to make it through the day with us.
On the record and
Here we go.
Brooks might have the appearances, please. Thank you. And sir, for your appearance this morning?
Oh, no suit today. Wonder if he got a shower in today. That was his big thing yesterday. He was laughing with the judge. You already know what I'm going to ask, Judge.
Third-party intervening in
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Appearing as authorized representative for my client. I set for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments and make a reservation of all of my constitutional rights, mostly the First, the Sixth, and the 14th Amendments.
Thank you. The record to reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in custody in person. He is wearing his jail attire this morning.
What's up, Judge?
I do want to make a record that at 8:46 p.m. yesterday, I did swear in 2 additional sheriff's deputies who would be working with our jurors through the overnight or third shift hours. I did administer the same oath that was administered to all the other bailiffs yesterday evening. Then, of course, we are open and the jurors are here and they will be instructed to start their deliberations. The only other thing I would put on the record is I have received information regarding the Reddit post that there was a subsequent post from that website indicating that it was a prank. And so I don't know to what extent the sheriff's department is looking into that as well, but it's my understanding based on news reports that that entire post or site was taken down. Not the site of Reddit, but it's no longer, I believe, viewable. But there was that additional information regarding that, at least from the administrator, I believe, of that post. So I just wanted to put that on the record. And if and when, or I should say when, the investigation is completed, I will assure the parties that you will be provided with that information. So go ahead.
So it's being called a prank.
Per the Reddit post itself, yes.
So we don't have any idea if that's a fact, though, right?
You're correct. I'm just putting on the record the additional information that's been reported on. And then again, once the sheriff's department concludes their investigation, it will be turned over to the parties. So at this point, until there's a question or a verdict, courtroom will remain open. I'm going to be working in my office on other things and will be available, of course, if there are any questions or if a verdict is reached. So notify the parties.
Judge.
Yes,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
I'm still very concerned about this whole Reddit thing after having the chance to fully read it and look at some of the language that's in it. It's very concerning.
That's why there's an investigation, sir. It's anytime there's an allegation that the integrity of this judicial process has been compromised, especially with a juror, I take that incredibly seriously, which is why I turned it over to the sheriff's department.
I would like Your Honor to, if it pleases the court, and if it pleases Your Honor, I would like to look at some alternatives. If I may bring up the in regards to the language, I also want to state that for the record, this did not come about from the prosecution side, from the defense's side, and certainly not from Your Honor's side. This is something that just pretty much sprang up. A lot of my concern, though, just not from just the language in the actual post, but I was kind of concerned that I was the last one to learn of this information. It had been known. I wasn't aware of it until after 6:30 last night, or around that time, because I don't want to misquote the record, but somewhere around that time.
It was shortly after 7.
Oh, so it was after. I didn't know. I thought it was. I knew it was after 6:30, but I didn't want to incorrectly state the record. Your
I can
Honor,
address that for you right now if you would like.
yeah. If it pleases Your Honor, I would like to request some alternatives to this issue.
What's your specific request?
My specific request would be to look into a mistrial, and also any alternatives along those lines, short of that, or along those lines, or a mistrial. I was looking at some, obviously, yesterday was very, very long for everybody. And as you know, because of my status here in the jail, I'm allowed to have law library time up until a certain point of the evening, and then I have to shut it down per jail policy. So I was able to find a few different things that I wanted to bring to Your Honor's attention, if I may.
Go ahead.
One being United States versus Perez, 22 U.S. 579. And that specifically, I think it's referenced, because that one is pretty old in itself, but it's referenced in a lot of the other case laws that I actually found. I think, and I could be, if I'm interpreting this incorrectly, I apologize. They kind of use that as kind of like the benchmark for what they refer to as manifest necessity. That's kind of like one of the leading cases that each one references in regards to issues similar to things like this when it comes into play, and it specifically points to trial judge's discretion, and I think that's kind of like the leading one. Also, I looked at Brown versus Rushton, 572 F.3D 198, which speaks to the language is basically, it speaks to the same thing. It speaks about manifest necessity. It speaks about if there's an issue of exculpatory evidence, things of that nature. Also, United States versus Bates. That's BATES 917 F2D 388. And that speaks of potential for an impartial verdict. Specifically, it says along the lines of impartial verdict, if an impartial verdict can be reached, or if a verdict of conviction could be reached but would have to be reversed on appeal due to an obvious procedural error in the trial. That's one of the main issues that speaks to. I also looked at Arizona versus Washington, 434 US 497, and that speaks to what I was stating before. It says neither party in a case has a right to have his case decided by a jury which may be tainted by bias, and I say that because it certainly wasn't anything dealing with the prosecution. They had nothing to do with this. The defense had nothing to do with this, and certainly you, Your Honor, had nothing to do with this. But just for the concern factor, the language, it's pretty clear that this, if not directly came from a juror who sits on this panel, it came from someone who sits in this courtroom every single day. The language, it directed towards you, Your Honor, directed towards having clear bias towards the defense. Some of the things that they quoted of having knowledge of is extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. And then going back to some of these case laws that I cited, it talks about something to the effect of the ends of public justice. But I think that is leaning more so towards the judge's discretion, I would say, at least from how I was interpreting it. Obviously, I'm not educated in a lot of the laws in itself, but how I was interpreting it, this is definitely a concerning issue. It's definitely something that I would request Your Honor to take a long look at. Look at some options, look at some alternatives. And those case laws I cited talks specifically about that, options that you, Your Honor, can look at and use your discretion to see if it's appropriate in any way. But I'm extremely concerned about this. If anything, for cautionary reasons, I believe, Your Honor, that you definitely should take a look at everything I'm saying here in these case laws, and
What's the request though that you're making based upon the case law that you cite?
It's just a lot of
I heard in
talking,
there
but
mistrial,
where
I
are we
wanna
going
make
with
sure
that?
I
you know?
understand your request for relief and what it is.
You say request for
Relief. Like,
relief.
what are you asking me to do based upon the information that the limited information we have about the Reddit post and this trial?
I guess my request would be,
Much love, Mo. Thank you very much.
because of the concern of this,
He's getting sent information in. Is what's going on.
look at a mistrial, or at the very least, a discharge of the jury at this time, so this can be resolved. This is alarming, to say the least.
To say the least.
This post, and I don't know what Reddit is, to be honest. I've never heard of it or used it, so I don't know the extent.
He keeps trying to make that abundantly clear. I've never used it or done it.
Thing.
But if somebody
it can start
did,
with something that's this small, and then it can snowball out of control into something totally different.
no, well,
I don't know the extent of this website.
we'll talk about this in a second, guys.
I don't know who. Well, I think the name of the person who sent the who alerted the clerk, of course, to this post. I think his name is in the email. But then that even begs the question of, how did this person come across this site?
It's a real interesting question.
What is their significance to this? What is their role? It's just so many questions, and I mean, clearly
it has been.
This points at the court's integrity. It points at your integrity, Your Honor. It's alarming.
No, it's not.
It's very alarming. And if there's
murdering
a chance
6 people is alarming.
There can be hidden bias in this jury, it needs to be addressed now rather than later.
Yeah. Somebody might have made something up on the internet. Well, that's crazy. No, not a possibility.
This is very concerning.
Well, thank you for bringing up your concerns. Let me turn to the state if they want to respond, and then see what other issues they want to cover this morning.
Judge, the original post was on a subreddit thread called Justice for Darrell. That's the copy that the defendant has in front of him. That post was edited last night, claiming that it was a prank from the start, and that the original poster didn't think it would get that far out of hand. The way that Reddit works, the only person who can modify the content of the original post is the original poster, and because the jurors have no access to any electronic devices, I think it's safe to say that our 12 jurors back there are not the original poster. So I think that puts that issue pretty much to bed. It's still obviously under investigation because the court takes it so seriously, but there really is no actionable or any real reason why we should doubt the jury's being unbiased in this case.
I object to that on the grounds, Your Honor, that, like you just stated, it's an investigation going on. And if there's an investigation, then that clearly says that something is amiss. We have 15. We have 15 jurors. There's still too many questions that we don't know. Too many. I don't think anything's put to bed because we don't know. It's unfair to say that the issue is put to bed when there's still so many questions left out there. I'm sure you reviewed it yourself, Your Honor. You see the language in this, whatever it is, thread. I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's clearly a post from somebody who has intimate knowledge of the trial and what's going on in the trial. I don't think. I mean, common sense would tell you that this is someone who's very close to the case, whether they were intending to be funny, whether they were intending to try to prank the court or anything like that. We don't know. That could be anybody's guess. The language in this, the way that it's formatted, they lay out 4 specific points of what they think. They point to certain language in the case. They make references to saying when we were in the room, they got certain feelings from when they specifically refer to themselves and a group. That would be we, plural.
So somebody wrote something creatively, and somehow he feels like that's grounds enough for mistrial.
They say, and I have to admit, I am biased against the defendant for the horrible acts he did. And they attack you, Your Honor. They clearly attack you.
Which he would never do.
If this is someone's idea of fun, is anybody's guess, but I don't believe that it is, clearly by the way it's formatted and by the language that is in it. This is clearly someone with intimate knowledge of the case and what's going on.
Yeah, like people that are watching. We had 1,000 people watching yesterday, right here on my show. Just on here.
There's no other way. There's no other way to interpret this. You can tell by what they're laying out in the language that they're speaking.
Hundreds of thousands of people watching this.
If this is clearly someone close to the case, and
yeah,
because of that, it still has to be. I'm informed of the investigation, but there's still too many questions left in the air just from this. How can we say anything's put to bed when there's still an investigation? For all we know, what if this turns up that it was someone on the jury, or what if it turns out?
Cleb Stab said it was posted during jury selection or jury instructions, like
that more people
while
are
they were
involved
sitting in the room.
Just whoever this
was the post time
anonymous person was who left the post. It's too many questions and it's too concerning.
They took the post down, I believe.
What if something like this springs up again at the last minute? We've been going through the trial now for basically 3 weeks, the better part of 3 weeks. And even in court days leading up to the trial, we've never had anything like this happen.
Not yet, Destiny.
Nothing like this has been brought to your attention. Nothing like this has been brought before the court's attention. This just came out of the blue, and now all of a sudden it's being labeled a prank.
Because you just pulled back your Hail Mary and you're just praying to God someone catches that.
It begs so many questions. It's too uncertain. It's too concerning, and it's too alarming. It's too alarming to just overlook and say, "Oh well, we'll just set it to the side and let them." No, this there has to be some type of alternatives, and something has to be done. Something, and if that's a mistrial, if that's discharging a jury, if that's some other type of alternatives that can be looked at, I'm sure that these case law speaks to other options that could come into play.
They're talking about what they're going to have.
They deserve to at least be looked at,
right?
If anything, to protect the integrity of the trial. I find it very hard to believe that this close to the trial being over, and now all of a sudden these issues are being raised. So this is obviously not a prank.
Obviously,
it's obvious that this is someone with intimate knowledge.
Obviously,
it's very clear to me.
Oh yeah, you didn't even know what Reddit was or anything about it, but all of a sudden you know everything.
Address your concerns, sir.
Also, they said Reddit edited the stream. The only person who could edit is the one who made it. Said it was a joke. I'm sorry, it shouldn't have gone this far.
Whether this is legitimate or prank. What I know is as follows. I received the information about the subreddit post at approximately 9:30, 9:40 yesterday morning. I alone made the decision to withhold advising the parties because of where we were at in the trial, because there was nothing in that post. It was an anonymous post. that would lend credibility to that it was in fact one of these jurors.
There
But out
we
of an
go.
abundance of caution,
Thank you, Eric.
I referred it to law enforcement because it is very serious if the integrity of these proceedings were to be put at issue by a juror. I'd remind you, though, every single day these jurors were read the bulk of jury instruction 50. They all took an oath, and I have no reason to doubt that they would violate that oath at this time. So I took and I made the decision to withhold telling the parties because we were in the middle of instructing the jury. I was in the middle of instructing the jury. And I wasn't going to delay the proceedings because it was so speculative at that point and remains speculative at this point. As you know, the case went to the jury. I brought this up. I waited about a half an hour once the case went to the jury. Frankly, we had had a long day. I wanted to get a bit to eat, and then I wanted to come back out and make a record of what I had. Once again, the forensic unit with the sheriff's department has taken lead of this investigation. I'm not a part of that investigation. Law enforcement will handle it. From my perspective, not only did the clerk of court's office receive emails regarding this, it sounds like the district attorney received emails. I may have even gotten one. I don't remember the time. It was later regarding the post. Frankly, people figure out my email all the time. It was not solicited by me in any way, and I did not respond to it. And I simply forwarded that email on to law enforcement. So it's pretty clear to me that a lot of people have access to Reddit. I personally am not a user of Reddit, so I don't know the ins and outs of it, other than it is a social media site where people can create accounts and post, and there can be like chat rooms, for example, or just various, as this is called, subreddits. And at this point, you've requested a mistrial. You've requested that I discharge the jury. I'm declining to do that at this time, sir. Again, I need to make decisions based upon the record that's before me. And right now, the record is speculative. There are no facts to support a mistrial or discharging the jury. I trust the parties will continue in their own independent investigations, that you will continue reviewing case law, make whatever requests that you deem appropriate. I certainly will take time to look at the cases you have cited to see if there's anything based upon the requests that you have made that I would need to further review. But at this time, I do not see grounds for a mistrial. I do not see grounds to discharge the jury. That is how I will address it at this point. I know the state, I believe, wanted to address something else. I'm not sure if that was it, but you had deferred to Mr. Brooks. So go ahead. Is there anything you want me to address or at least bring to the court's attention at this time?
Just a minor point, Your Honor. You had noted the defendant is in his orange jail uniform today. It's my understanding the jail did offer him the ability to put on his street clothes, and he declined. So I just wanted that on the record. There may be occasions where this jury has to be brought into the courtroom for one reason or another, and he should be in civilian clothes if that occurs, if he chooses to.
It's a good point to bring up. It is possible the jury would need to be brought out if there is any question that I need to answer on the record. If for some reason the technology were not to be working appropriately when videos or other evidence are displayed to them. And so it is possible that the jury would need to come out. Of course, they'll come out if and when a verdict is reached. So I would certainly give you the opportunity, sir, if you want to change into the street clothes, that I would certainly direct the sheriff's department to make that available for you, should you choose.
Isn't it my choice?
Yes, it is.
So why do I need to be in street
You
clothes?
said if
Why
you
does
want
that
to.
need to be on the record that
Your choice should be placed on the record, sir.
if not, I was offered to be in street clothes. If I made it the choice.
Do you dispute that, sir?
Yes, I dispute it because it's my choice.
Well, no.
At
Do
this
you
point-
dispute that you were
at this
given
point,
the
there's
choice
no-
this morning?
At this point, there's no reason why that should be on the record, that if I was not offered street clothes. What relevancy does that have to?
Could have potential relevancy later on if
Why?
you were to challenge that you and claim that you are required to wear your jail uniform or jail attire. You're not required. This is a trial. You have the right to wear street clothes, and I will certainly provide that opportunity should you wish to change at any point in time. But what you're telling me is it's your choice to be in jail attire. I'll respect that choice, of course.
So why does that need to be stated for the record?
I just indicated why, sir. So
I don't see the relevancy of
No,
it.
you don't see a lot of
point,
things.
unless there are any further issues, I am going to go back into my office. The courtroom will remain open, and we'll let you know when the jury communicates with us, either about a question or verdicts.
There is something that needs to be addressed. Subject matter jurisdiction.
The court declines that. I'm stepping off.
Why hasn't it been proven on the record yet? And
I'm muted, of course. You know, I muted myself on that. I pulled the judge, Darrell. So Darrell Brooks, what's going on right now, you guys? Is here I'll play a little quick video for you about what they're talking about this anonymous post and what that means, and you know we'll go from there. So. But it's about a Reddit post, right? And you guys, we all know how the internet works, right? You can post whatever you want on the internet, and there's some sites, Reddit, and others where you can post Quora, others whatever you want. You can write whatever story you want. Clev Stabs, thank you. Yeah. Oh, was that of the post? But here I'll show this to you. Clev Stabs on YouTube. Let me know. Was that on? Where is yeah, Charles Vaughn. We're we're working on the Brooks Fort. Yeah, the Fort House, as it's called. While we're at, yeah, he's in his that's him in his fort room, the Darrell Brooks fort room. Let me see here. There we go. This is the one I was looking at. And I'm going to add this in here for you guys. Man, I tell you what, I mean, we're doing fine on stream here, but the internet today is just dragging itself out, man. It's doing its best to be slow. I don't know why. Maybe there's a fight for bandwidth, whatever it might be. All right. So I'm going to read you kind of what they're talking about here, and then we'll watch this quick video if it pulls up for us. The jury in the Waukesha Parade trial will resume deliberations Wednesday morning today. This is just last night. The jury was sequestered, deliberating for just 2 hours on Tuesday, last night, and the trial of ups and downs. The judge directly addressed jurors about okay, so as Brooks represents himself, word of a social media post made by someone claiming to be a juror reached the courtroom. This is that subreddit post. Okay, here we go. Now we can, let's do this. But the post was about someone saying that they are,
post appears to be a hoax.
But so this person said that they are one of the jurors, that it's biased. The judge isn't doing her job, that they don't believe he's guilty, this whole crazy stuff. But that's what he's going off. He's saying, I don't know what it is, or where it came from. But because of this post, someone wrote this little thing, I should get a mistrial, because it obviously shows that the jury is biased, and obviously shows that, this is a mistrial. And they have intimate details of the trial, and they know things 4 points about the trial. And I think he's obviously look right past the point that this is an internationally televised case. You know, like I said earlier, just yesterday we had over 1,000 people watching just here. You know what I mean? Not considering the 90,000 on other channels and 150,000, 300,000 here international channels. For somebody to write a post that knew a thing or two about this is no real surprise. Also, people are sitting in the in the courtroom. You know what I mean? Not just the jury, but there's people in the courtroom. To be clear, I've seen some sketchy people sitting in the courtroom. Obviously, you guys brought that to my attention. That are just chilling out there in the in the grandstands. So who knows? Maybe one of them wrote it. We don't know. Or I'll show you guys this as to kind of what the reality is of it. What it probably was is the fact that it was, called a hoax. So.
Case publicly until it is over. And that post appears to be a hoax as the court looked into it tonight. Today was also closing arguments for the prosecution and Brooks, who has no legal training.
All rise for the jury.
And with that, the jury is sequestered after deliberating in the Darrell Brooks trial for just under 2 hours tonight. In a trial full of ups and downs as Brooks represents himself, tonight word of a social media post made by someone claiming to be a juror reached the courtroom. The judge directly addressing jurors about the post, now believed to be a prank by an online impersonator.
After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me.
Closing arguments also happened today as prosecutors presented to the jury evidence they believe shows Brooks is guilty of killing 6 people at the Waukesha Christmas Parade last November and injuring dozens more.
Not one person had to be hurt that day if he would have just stopped driving. He plowed through 68 different people.
Brooks also delivered his closing argument.
That anyone who's really had conversations with me, spent time around me, would think for 1 second that this is an intentional act.
The jurors are expected to resume deliberations before 9 tomorrow morning. We've been live streaming this trial on our news app and website. You'll find a link to the trial there in the morning, Ravi.
So one of the things about that, they didn't really mention much about it, but the post, just here, I'll give you guys a quick breakdown of what they just discussed today. And the way that Reddit works, and one of our viewers here made it clear as well. So this subreddit post it was, and I might even be able to, honestly, I don't want to pull it up because for whatever reason, all of the feeds were taken down yesterday. I'm not sure if that was just because of this trial or whatever it was, but on Facebook. But the post, I'll pull it up for you in a minute. Someone saying there's no way that Darrell Brooks could have had anything to do with this. There's no way that Darrell Brooks could have had any involvement because he's in jail and they don't give you phones in jail. Well, let's just be clear about it. People in jail have phones. They definitely do. People in jail have everything that you would assume they don't. But the way the post reads is, I'm a member of the jury on this case. Here are my thoughts on the trial and on this subreddit. The writer called the trial presided over by the Waukesha County Circuit Court Judge Darrell, a kangaroo court, and raised concerns about whether Brooks is getting a fair trial. The moderator on the subreddit claimed the user has submitted proof that he is a juror on the case. It's not clear whether the writer really is Darrell Brooks. However, the Reddit post was then later edited to read this. This was all a prank. I didn't think this would blow up like this. We are sorry. Love RDRAMA, and we'll look into that. Love R drama. I don't know if that's the person's name, if that's just them saying things, but one of the points to be made here is that in the subreddit posts, the only person, so the admin of the page, like the people who run and control Reddit, they're only able to add or remove and to they're not able to manipulate or change any posts at all. The only person who can change a post or edit a post is the original creator of said post. So this subreddit post that was made, the only person that could have put the posting, the change that said, I'm sorry. We are sorry. This was all a prank. I didn't think this would blow up like this. So we are sorry. And then this is all a prank. I didn't think blow up. We are sorry. Love our drama. The only person that could have wrote that is the person who originally wrote that post. So the edit on the post was that, and I believe they took it down. I think I have some screenshots of the actual Reddit and I'll read to you what they said, these intimate details. And that's what Darrell Brooks this morning was going on about. He was pushing for a mistrial right away because he said, Judge, this is very concerning. It's very concerning. That we should at least get rid of this jury and get a new jury because this is a huge deal. Well, let's be clear that there's I sent you a video of the interview with the man. Yeah, I saw that. I just don't support the Abigail. I don't support the person giving the interview. I really have huge issues with that person's credibility and with their overall stance as a human being. So I appreciate you sending me the video. I looked at some of it. I'm just not going to show anything from that platform because it's honestly it's ridiculous. So, but one of the things I want to point out here is that here we go. Here's Jeffco. I'm not sure who Jeffco is, but Jeffco apparently went live on Facebook. This is from a couple years ago, but just to give you an idea, I haven't watched this video yet either, but it gives you hopefully an idea of what inmates have access to. So.
PS4 investigation finds an embarrassing security breach at the Jefferson County Jail.
First on 4, an inmate actually gets hold of a smartphone and live streams from his cell. CBS 4 investigator Brian Moss has the video. Sounds like we've already had serious repercussions.
Well, this has spawned a criminal investigation already, trying to determine how an inmate got a smartphone into his jail cell, then went live on the web.
I'm in Jeffco, see? Jefferson County.
This was last night.
Sierra, write me. You better write me. DOC number 177165. I'm at Sterling. Just look up Sterling.
Jefferson County jail inmate Joseph Chavez live streaming on Facebook from his supposedly secure jail cell.
Live on Facebook. Where they do that at?
During his profanity-laced minute-and-a-half broadcast, the 22-year-old inmate flashes a lighter and a cigarette, more contraband forbidden in this jail. He also shows off jail areas outside his cell.
Jeffco, there's the pod.
And he Facebook lived himself from our jail cell and put it on his Facebook page.
Jenny Fulton with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says Chavez was strip searched when he came into the jail yesterday from the Department of Corrections. But she says he got access during the booking process to another inmate's property bag, stole the phone and other contraband, and smuggled it into his cell.
We're more concerned about how this possibly happened and what we can do to prevent it from happening in the future.
When I get out, I'm always like, yup, I got this on Facebook. I did that.
Jeffco only learned of the live stream when members of the public saw it and contacted them. They searched Chavez's cell, finding the phone and lighter.
To my knowledge, nothing like this has happened previously here at the Jefferson County Detention Facility.
Chavez is in this jail awaiting a court appearance Monday. He could now face new contraband and theft charges, suggesting he may want to modify his last jail cell boast.
I'll be back on the block in like 3 years, trap years.
Chavez does have a lengthy criminal record and is in the midst of doing.
Either way, so what we're getting at there is that, you can get, I'm checking out all these videos over here of, I was just one that I pulled it that seemed simple enough. They can get phones anywhere. There's videos of drones dropping all sorts of contraband, dropping cell phones. Access to these things is no foreign, aspect to courts or to jail, it's not just something you see in the movies. It's the real deal. So even if, and this is me just playing the devil's advocate on this, not that I feel like the devil actually needs an advocate, but in this, you know what I'm talking about. We can't say that Darrell Brooks didn't have a phone himself, and I'm not saying that he did or that he made the Reddit post, but obviously he's very keyed in on this and was very animate about it being so concerning and wanted to make it very clear that because of this Reddit post, there should be a mistrial. And this goes to show more than anything, I think that Darrell Brooks is just, he's acknowledging, hopefully, that he's at the end of the line. He's at the end of the rope. And as one of our viewers said, they said that the post was actually made timestamped, I think, while they were doing jury instructions, which means that they were sitting in the courtroom looking at a judge in front of the entire courtroom of people being given the instructions that they were given that we sat through, which were incredibly lengthy. And you guys, you sat through those. Man, I commend you because they were extensive. But yeah, during all that, then this post comes out. So it's safe to say that it was no one on the jury. But the people do have access to phones in prison and in jail. So who's to say who had what? But and again, this is an internationally televised case. I mean, you can't really act like there's not full access to the things that people can get as far as information when it comes to this case. Earlier, you guys were watching. We had a chance to look at some of Darrell Brooks' closing argument, but we didn't get a chance to watch all of it. So I want to pull up a little bit of his closing argument from the other day, because I think that it's wild to see the swap, of Darrell Brooks, how he's what he's done in his back and forth here. But it's because it's basically a mirror of his opening argument or his opening statement. But at one point, Darrell Brooks in his closing argument, he blames the car. He says that the car basically drove itself. And then another point, he says that none of us will ever really know God's will, and basically is saying this was God. God did this. And then he goes on to scold and reprimand the DA for, which blows my mind, to scold and reprimand the DA for not paying more attention to the victims of the crime that happened in Waukesha. Again, playing this weird detached role of defiance and of unrepentant attitude to say that. And you'll see, he's like, well, you know what the real issue is? These victims, these people that were hurt in this tragedy, and there's no one's talking about them. No one's talking about them and giving them a chance to be heard or to really look at the people that were really affected by this. The DA's not doing it. Shame on them. And it was one of those moments while we're watching where you almost melt down. I did. I had a meltdown. I'm like, are we really seeing this? Their job is to prosecute the person who made them victims. You, Darrell Brooks, the assailant who drove his car through a parade, killing 6 people and maiming dozens of others, critically injuring multiple children. We had victims on the panel. One of your witnesses was a victim. And I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at you, Darrell Brooks. And I hope you have a jail phone and a cell phone and you're able to watch this, because you, sir, are the biggest piece of human trash I think I've ever really had a chance to watch in grand light the way we are now. Because it will talk directly. You drove through a parade without stopping, killing 6 people, mutilating and maiming dozens of other people. One of your witnesses was a mother of 4 of the children that you ran over that had critical and near life-threatening injuries and have facial scarring. They have to wear the scars for the rest of their life of what you did. And you said we don't understand God's will. That wasn't God's will for you to drag a child underneath your mom's car that you drove through a parade. It wasn't God's will for you to swerve into and hit as many people as possible. It wasn't God's will for you to take out 4 of this woman's children. It definitely wasn't God's will, So let's not play that like you're the messenger of God. You're the bringer of His justice, And his efforts to talk about God when the judge, like, he's reading a book and he corrects judge, not a book, it's the book. He's like, well, I'm aware. He's like, yeah, I don't think you are. Like, I read the Bible, and he talks about the Bible in his closing argument about how he doesn't just read it for show. He's been reading it for a long time. I'm like, well, when you're in jail, buddy, there's not a lot of reading material, but let's not act like that's what you read because it's what you want to read. It's what you look at when you want people to think you're reading it. So the closing arguments of Darrell Brooks here. And he's made it clear he wants to bring up jury nullification, and the judge is arguing with him. She's like, listen, that's not your place to bring up jury nullification. And jury nullification is basically where, and we had an attorney on yesterday, Loae, out of Houston, and we talked a little bit about jury nullification and what that is, and broke down, and I appreciate Resist Tyrants over on YouTube, kind of send some clarification for us common folk, because I was still confused. But basically, jury nullification is where a jury can say, we're just not going to convict them. We're not going to do it. All the evidence is glaring us in the face. It's obvious they're guilty or not, but they just step back and say, no, we're not going to do it. They all agree that this person is just not going to be held, and there's not going to be a guilty verdict for their crime, and they just nullify the charges. Basically, is how it was explained. And one of the things that Darrell Brooks is wanting to showcase here is that, or tell the jury, is that they have the right to, to jury nullification. And the judge is being very animate about that's not his place to tell them anything, to coach and or to to educate the jury. So this was the closing arguments for Darrell Brooks, which I thought were incredible, because I don't think I've ever been more tempted to throw all of my equipment out of a window listening to this man speak. So here we go.
Denied.
And this is right for the jury.
Based on what law
She's telling him,
For the jury,
don't
please.
do it.
Based on what law or fact? Because I'm going to inform the jury of their power. They deserve to know.
And keep it. I am watching court as well. So this is a jury. This is a waiting game. We're waiting for the jury to come back with the verdict.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks, your closing argument, please.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. First off, I'd just like to start by letting you guys know that it's a lot of information that you guys should be privy to, I believe.
And she's already admonished him, don't do it. And he's like, well, I'm going to anyway.
What I believe that you have not been privy to is the truth of your rights and your duties, being the jury. The fact that you and you alone have the power, not well-prepared DAs with well-prepared and clearly rehearsed
I know, Jess.
Speeches and exhibits and a lot of theatrics.
This is previously recorded. Darrell Brooks
Frankly,
closing
not the
arguments.
judge.
Paris, yeah.
You and you alone have the power. You and you alone decide what is truth and what isn't truth. You should be informed that you have the power to nullify any law that you don't agree with.
Objection, move to strike the statement.
Sustained.
Objection.
I will strike from the record the last statement made by the defendant. The jury will disregard it.
Which is clearly what I've been saying. I believe that not only is it fair, but it's essential that you be privy to all knowledge, not knowledge that certain people feel that you should hear and shouldn't hear, disguised under the color of law. The fact of the matter is, just like I did with my opening statements, I don't have a well-prepared or rehearsed speech. I didn't look in the mirror and say certain points to myself over and over again to make sure I have them right or anything like that. I've chosen to speak from the heart in my opening statements, and now I'm going to speak from the heart. What you won't hear me do is argue facts. And the reason you won't hear me argue facts,
because that's not how it works.
is because I believe that it takes away from what should be recognized, the tragedy of this event.
Right? The tragedy of the event. Let's be clear about that. He does refer to the fact that it's the tragedy of this event. And the fact of the matter is that you've got this guy, he's grandstanding now. And what you're going to start seeing is this weird pivot. And Darrell Brooks does this weird, crazy pivot that I am blown away that it happens, because it's like basically what he's doing with his closing argument is he's that guy in like let's say there's a bar fight, right? And he's that guy that's all rough and tumble. He's got his buddies with him, and he's like, yeah, we're gonna get these guys, and he's talking big and yelling, rah, rah, rah. And then he realizes that the guys that they're yelling at have a lot more guys, and all of a sudden these guys that he's with are looking kind of frail, and he kind of slowly like does this little turn pivot, and somehow he ends up standing on the other side of the line yelling back at the guys who stand. He's like, yeah, we're gonna get them. Like he becomes the other half. It's it's you know what it is, and I'll show you this clip because it's funny. It's basically Brick from Anchorman, when he all of a sudden is flips sides and starts yelling back at the crew. Anyway, that's Darrell Brooks in a nutshell for you. He's doing what he can to like to do it's Darrell Brooks, man. He flips the script and becomes this. Just watch. Here, I'll shut up and let you guys keep watching.
It should be recognized.
The victims
trying to argue facts of this, facts of that. I'm not gonna waste your time doing that. It's a little emotional. I apologize for the long pause.
He said he didn't rehearse any of this. He said in his little notes, his little Darrell Brooks journal, while he's sitting down, thinking about what he wants to say, he's like, all right, cool. Take a long pause. Long pause. Okay, cool. That's a long pause. That shows them, he'll do his big breath, his big Darrell Brooks breath. And then at some point, you'll probably see this, because that's Darrell Brooks. He does turn on the tears, the crocodile tears show up. But then remember, he gets thrown out into his fort, because that's who he goes back to being. Also, this guy, crazy similar look to this guy. Just saying. If you look at the I thought Darrell Brooks was going to say that he was a twin or a triplet, and that one of them was the one actually driving the car. I thought maybe that was going to be one of his defenses. Didn't happen, thank God, because it would be terrible for one of the triplets. Also, it'd be terrible for his poor mother to have to deal with three of him, or two of them even. The fact that we're dealing with one is plenty for the world to have to look at. He stood in the mirror. This guy rehearsed. Everything that he's done is 100% rehearsed. Up to this closing, the opening statements, and I'll show you guys some parallels, hopefully, between what he said in his opening statement and his closing argument. The same tactics, the same like cadence and rhetoric. He probably even took the same breakdown and use that to be his guideline and template. But Darrell Brooks, man. Long pause.
It's hard to keep everything together emotionally. And honestly, I don't believe that more tears left. It's been a hard year for the families, mostly, and that should not be lost on anyone. It shouldn't be taken away. I said it before, and I'll say it again. It's a lot of people that are healing, that are attempting to heal.
The verdict is what we're hoping for to get the healing that's needed.
That opens the door to talk about forgiveness for a little bit.
Before we jump into that, and we will, one of the things that one of the people that we realized was a supporter that felt like he wasn't getting a real trial and was, you know, showing support and was in the courtroom was this guy right here, who we've seen throughout court sitting behind Darrell Brooks, you know, on a few occasions. Yeah, just, you know, there's people that really do feel that Darrell Brooks is, you know, is I don't want to say innocent, but that he's getting mistreated and that he deserves a better trial. Some have made it racial. Some have said that, you know, of course he's going to get a bad trial. He was guilty before he walked in the courtroom because he's black. And there's these things that are coming through these odd carpets that people want to pull, you know what I mean, that they feel are valid in some way. And but then they always say the same thing. Well, he's obviously guilty. He's very guilty. And even in the threads that you see where they're like, people are talking about how this is a horrible mistrial, this judge, anyone that, and I've read through so many that are just borderline comical, and I'll let you guys do deep dives if you want to do that. But trust me, I've screened through things that aren't even worth your time, because I value your time, and I appreciate you being here, but I'm not going to subject you to some of this nonsense. But some of the things they've talked about is, you know, a race card, they pulled that, you know, the judiciary, you know, bias, all these different things that that have been nothing to do with this, but then they always come back at the end and say, well, he's obviously very guilty. He's obviously very guilty. He should be in jail for life. He should. But we still want to make it a point that we think that it's a race thing, you know, and it's like, dude, it's just, Mo, you're right. It's ignorant. It's ignorant to go that route. When we were sitting down looking at an insane amount of evidence, eyewitnesses, more than they could even bring in as witnesses. You know what I mean? There was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of eyewitnesses that saw him driving. There's no way they can get them all in. So yeah, I saw him driving the car. They could have done that. Really, they could have lined up right there with witnesses and been like, all right, we're going to bring in 50 witnesses today. But the way that works out with Darrell Brooks is he would have questioned them to the point of nauseum. Well, did you have shoes on? Is it true? He's my cousin Vinny, but with no base for any of his arguments, you know? And so Darrell Brooks, it would, you know, and all he did was try to dilute the statements and the testimonies of anybody that was on the stand. And then even when he called his own witnesses, which, to be clear, you guys, they weren't his idea, I'm sure, to call these witnesses at all. He isn't that prepared in a way of manner of speaking, which is one of the arguments. He didn't have time to prepare. His defense team did for the year prior to them getting let go, and he deciding that it was time to go pro se. And in that, they prepared these witnesses. And then when they walked, they were like, all right, fine. We're bringing our case notes. We're bringing everything. Figure it out. You want to do this on your own? Go ahead. Here's the boxes of records that we've got, be them reports and whatnot. And then he had to figure it out. Yeah. And so that's how that went. It's just, I know you're right. Cousin Vinny would be pissed if he heard me comparing him to, my bad, Pesci. And Pesci's no joke. He'll beat me with the payphone. If I ever find myself, you guys, you keep this in mind. If they ever find me bludgeoned to death by a payphone, it was Joe Pesci. Okay. And I'll put hashtag Joe Pesci. We got you on notice now, man. I'm sorry about the Cousin Vinny reference. It's an amazing movie. The Two Utes, I'm with it. But if there's a freak situation where we find a payphone and Joe Pesci happens to be there and I'm there and he's heard that reference to my cousin Vinny, I will guarantee that if I found dead down below the base of that empty quarter tray, it was Joe Pesci. Just saying, now you know, if there it is. Joe Pesci, you put on blast. Okay. We know, so don't do it. Don't do it. Also, just don't do it, man. Let's go back to Darrell Brooks and his tearful plea to the world. Oh, my bad. I meant Darrell Brooks. But did I? Just saying. Anyway, we got a day ahead of us, guys. So here we go. He fired his lawyers because he thought he could do a better job of fighting the case as a pro. Someone asked, why did he fire his lawyers? Because it was a last-ditch effort. He knew that and here's where he messed up. If the lawyers were there, he could have kept all these notes about the mistrial that he feels he's having. He could have kept all these objections, all these things that he feels, subject matter jurisdiction, after it was all to the point where we're at right now. And then when we go past that point, when they come back with a guilty verdict, he could have then pushed for the appeal that he wasn't properly represented, that his defense team did a terrible job of defending him. And he wants he's going for an appeal, a retrial. He wants whatever he wants to go for. But as pro se being the third party representative of the person that is known as Darrell Brooks, who he doesn't know because he's never met, nor does he know anybody by that name, as he says. He has an opportunity to try to play that card, right? What he's doing is he's hoping for a contempt charge, and the judge, why are you holding me in contempt? Why are you holding me in contempt? And the judge has been adamant, and we've been watching. There's no contempt. You're not being held in contempt. You're being put in timeout. Illinois versus Allen. Illinois versus Allen. Illinois versus Allen. I'll pull up that clip for you guys again today so you can see what Illinois versus Allen is. And that was a trial where someone was doing this. They were making death threats to the judge while they were in court, just being irate. So they were removed from court. I believe in Illinois versus Allen, they were actually gagged. I don't know for sure. We'll pull that up. But so in that, you've got that's the clause that the judge is having to work off of, saying, hey, listen, Illinois versus Allen, I can remove you. And then he's fighting, saying, well, you're not allowed to mute me. And like, no, you have the ability to communicate. If that's, we're not putting you in like the Hannibal Lecter mask so you can't spit on people. Yeah, so this is where we're at. So this was his previously recorded closing arguments as we're going to keep moving. And Sam, thank you for those stars, and much love for you guys for showing me some appreciation and love through the stars and the super chats. It's been a long run. We're day 15 right now. We're pushing. Yesterday was like a 13-hour day in share plus a couple hours wrap up. So every day is 8 hours, 9 hours of trial time, and then it's another couple hours of research and follow up and doing what we got to do here. Yeah, these are long days, so a couple 100 hours into this trial just for me. And so you guys that have been with me here, I appreciate that. And Sarah Ducommon, I haven't quite moved anywhere. I'm kind of in transit right now. I still have my place in Seattle. I'm in Kenosha right now. I'll be out in Waukesha. I want to be where the things are important to be covered. Also, there's people that I feel need to be heard. So, I'm all about elevating voices, and there's voices here that need to be elevated. And I do appreciate you guys supporting the efforts that I put in to help give you the best material I can possibly give you. So thank you guys very much. Let's jump back into Darrell Brooks and his closing arguments.
With every healing process, there comes a forgiving process.
No, there won't be a mistrial. Yeah, I don't believe that was
it's
even
not
close
an
to possible
thing for anyone. What you've been hearing from the prosecution, and not to take anything away from them, but let's call it what it is. You've been hearing a lot of rerun. Same things over and over and over. No different than when you turn on the radio and you first hear that song that you don't like when you first hear it, but they play it so much that eventually you start saying the words to yourself before you even realize it. And then you sit and you go, I hate that song. Why am I singing it?
No, we just hate you.
That's what's been happening. Rerun over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
The Reddit post is a hoax, and they pulled that back.
Attempting to make things stick in your head that simply aren't true. Why do I say?
Thank you.
What am
sir.
I saying? I say, look at the testimony. You know, the theme from the prosecution here has been intent, 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 intent. We all know what's been said. We all know the picture that's been painted. Even the prosecution said themselves. How can you look in somebody's head and say, this is what they intended to do? You know, for a year, I've sat and gone through this. Feeling so powerless. You know, letting other people run with the narratives. Sitting back helpless while other people paint a picture that has zero truth. Zero.
Thank you, John, for that contribution over on YouTube, man. You're a rock star. Thank you so much.
I understand about healing myself, tragedy, pain, all that. A lot of it, there's no need to get into. I myself in my own life have had to do a lot of healing. As a man with children myself. I find it hard to believe that anyone who's really had conversations with me, spent time around me, would think for 1 second that this is an intentional act. I've never heard of someone intentionally trying to hurt someone while attempting to blow their horn.
Well, we heard it today.
Attempting to alert people of their presence. Which brings me to more information that I believe that you should have been privy to. And I'm sure that the prosecution will beg to differ. But the fact of the matter is, the vehicle in question, make and model of 2010, Ford Escape. The vehicle in question, actually 2008, 2009, and 2010 of that model was in fact recalled.
Objection, misstatement of the facts, facts not in evidence.
Was in fact,
Argument, Your Honor.
He's now, follow me this.
Recalled.
Now he wants to blame the car.
Was in fact a class action lawsuit against Ford.
Objection,
for those
facts not
model
in evidence,
for
Your
those
Honor.
model vehicles.
Sustained, the juror will disregard.
Information that you should have been privy to, that you weren't allowed to be privy to. Why? I don't know.
Because it's not nonsense. Because it's nonsense. It has nothing to do with this trial.
That information, malfunctioning throttle bodies,
Mr. Brooks, move on.
I don't think so,
It's
Griffin.
information that you should have been privy to. Vehicles that malfunction and accelerate not being able to be stopped.
Objection, that
The
is
car was driving itself.
This
There's an
information.
objection.
Whoa, you guys, Darrell Brooks dropping a bombshell on us in closing arguments. Apparently, this recall, Ford, okay, you guys, and it's appropriate that the name of the Ford, the make was, the model was an Escape, because that's what he was doing after he ran over all these people. But apparently, Ford Escapes can drive themselves. So if you're driving a 2010 or any of the years they're around, just remember there's a recall. Be mindful, your car might drive itself, and it may, in a malicious act because of the defect where they've implanted cyborg demons in your vehicle, it may drive itself through a crowd of hundreds of people, killing and maiming them. So if you are driving a Ford Escape right now, stop, pull over, get out, and run for your life, because there's a good chance that vehicle wants you dead. Just saying, be careful. Ford Escape, sorry to put you on blast too. Joe Pesci, Ford Escape, 2010 models. Okay, just saying, there are things here Darrell Brooks is letting us know need to be known. These are facts that need to be known by not just the jury. I think the whole world needs to hear this. So I'm glad that Darrell Brooks has given us a chance to really appreciate that there are dangers out there that we're unaware of. There are dangers. The internets, Googles, people are able to say what they want apparently on the internet and have this ability to make things up if they want. The creativity factors out there. Also, there's a chance that he might be possessed by an intergalactic being. We don't know, because we don't know if he's even there. He doesn't know. He objects to there being even a person that is Darrell Brooks, but also I think at one point he objected to being said that he has a body that's sitting in court. I don't identify as a human being at all. So again, in my last time I say it, you're right. Apparently they also not only drive themselves, but these Ford Escapes are intelligent mishaps in the malfunctioning of the vehicle, because they can also stop at will and then reverse park themselves into a driveway. So keep in mind, Ford Escape, be careful. And if you ever see me and then at some point across the street, you see Joe Pesci in the driver's seat of a Ford Escape, scream, let me know. Give me a heads up, because it's my day. It's my day. And obviously, as Darrell Brooks is going to bring up, it's probably God's will. So just saying. Just saying.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Move to strike statements by.
Sorry
Mr.
for the
Brooks.
interruption.
Happy birthday,
That's
Gail.
not an evidence.
Big shout out to Gail.
And it's complete misstatement.
Sustain. Strike
How's it a
the-
misstatement when I have the information?
Mr. Brooks, move on.
This is information that I feel like you needed to know. You should have known.
Yes, they only found THC in the system.
Information that was taken away
THC,
from you.
Delta 9. That was it. No crack, no cocaine, no
Why?
no
Prove the
alcohol,
case.
just some weed. That was the only thing in the system when he was arrested.
Information that you definitely should have been privy to. DA says the defendant has an utter disregard for human life. Utter disregard for human life. Not realizing that they're talking about someone that has children. Talking about someone that watched their children come out of the womb and be born into this world, cut the umbilical cord, held them before their mom even did.
Point in case. Also, one of your children was the product of a child rape. So let's talk about your kids for a moment, if we may, Darrell Brooks. Yes, and I've said it and I'll say it a million times over, if you're not aware or privy to the facts, Darrell Brooks raped a 15-year-old girl in Las Vegas that he was using as a prostitute, and that he was running, as he said, as a prostitute. And it's it's crazy to think, but that's where we're at with it. So I want to make sure that we're not missing anything, but no, I'm not seeing that the verdict's in, guys. That's not what's going on. I'm on all the channels right now, and nope, the verdict's not in. It will be heard in 45 minutes is what they're saying. Okay. Will be released at 10:30. Okay, well, hey, you guys, thanks for jumping on that. I appreciate it. For whatever reason, I'm not seeing that on my channel. Apparently, Court TV was ahead of the curve. And let's just double check, because I'm not even seeing that they're live at all. If they've this Court TV, I'm just gonna throw me off my game right now, y'all. Yeah. Yep. So now we're I'll make sure here's what I'll do. I'll while we're watching this, I'll pull it up so you can do a side by side of the so you won't miss anything. Okay, it's all over the newsfeed, 10:30. So
that I'll never forget.
I got you guys.
And yet they say disregard, utter disregard for human life.
So 10:30. 10:30. That's Central Standard Time, and it's 9:53 right now. So
a rage, as if they were, or if this particular DA was right there, standing right there, as if this DA is a psychiatrist. I said to myself, "What rage? What do you mean rage?" How can you characterize that? How can you have the audacity to diagnose what someone's brain is? Where it's at, what it's thinking, why it thinks the way it does? DA makes references to blocks of no one being injured, but then says it's intentional. You add that up with the supposed
we read in about an hour, guys.
The supposed intent to harm and kill.
I'll pull up Court TV for you guys right now.
And it doesn't kick in until well within blocks. And maybe it's just me, but I would think if I was characterizing someone with this intent to kill and this rage and this anger, then why weren't people immediately harmed? Why would someone with intent to kill and rage try to alert people of their presence, repeatedly honk their horn? You heard a detective, if you recall, testify that
first things first, people were immediately harmed. Guys, the verdict has apparently come in. It's not being read yet. I'm looking at court right now. You're good, but just to give everyone some peace of mind, I'm going to make sure that you know that we're live. I'm on a live feed right now in the courtroom. Nothing's come back yet. But yeah, the verdict will be read here very soon. So just so I can give you guys some peace of mind here. I just want to make sure that that you're not feeling like you're missing out on anything, because I know it's important just as much for me. Trust me. So we are. This is where we're at right now. So this is a live view in the courtroom right now. Nothing's happening. The judge hasn't come back. The jury's not. They've made notification that the jury has come to a verdict and that they will be reading that. We will obviously have that live here. So here within the next hour, I believe. Set up notifications if you have to go anywhere for the next 20 minutes or whatever. But also share the stream. If you guys would, please, let's get as many people in here as possible for this, the conclusion of this insane court case, this 15-day madhouse of Darrell Brooks, just being the most monstrous, raging POS that I've ever seen in a court case. Also, just the fact that he's been so defiant and has been amazingly unrepentant and just there's the remorse factor has not existed here. He talks about it when he's giving these little speeches, right? His closing argument, opening statements. He throws on his crocodile tears and he cries it out and wants people to believe that he's so sad about the things that happened, but never apologized for doing them. And that's the thing. Like this is the equivalent of you're fighting with someone, maybe your boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, whoever, your partner, and they tell you, like, you said something like, you look like absolute garbage right now. They say to you, that hurts my feelings. And they say to you, well, I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt. Okay. And the difference in that, maybe people, that's how they respond. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, I hurt your feelings. What I said did that to you. Not saying, well, it sucks that your feelings are that way. Huh. That's tough. That's really unfortunate. You know what I mean? But I'm assuming that this look right here is exactly what he's going to look like when they read the guilty verdict. Or I'm going to put up a poll. I'm curious, Barry McCockner. Barry, you got me, Barry. Barry, thank you for the contribution on YouTube. I'm curious if you guys feel he's going to, whether or not he's going to keep his composure when it's read, or do you think he's going to blow up at the jury and the judge? So I'll put a poll up here in a little bit, probably over on Facebook. And the question will be 10:45 Central Standard Time is what Jessica Strelecki says Central Standard Time. Mind you guys, we're in Central Time right now here in the Midwest, which has us an hour, 2 hours ahead of the West Coast. So if you're on Central or Pacific Standard, it will be a 8:45 verdict reading, which we're looking forward to. You lucky West Coasters, Tanisha and everyone else out there, Veronica, you guys that are soaking up that East Coast sun, we're looking, it'll be an 11:45 a.m. Reading of the verdict. So it's come through enough. The verdict is in. It's not live right now. Just so you know, this is a live view of the courtroom, but it will be read live in about 45 minutes. So we're going to keep looking at his closing arguments right now. And then we're going to get a chance to watch the epic. Yes, Susan McCormick says the epic meltdown coming. Now, keep in mind, one of the things we have to remember here, guys, is that this is going to be the verdict reading. This isn't sentencing. So I know a lot of people, even I for a long time was confused about how that works out. The sentencing could take up to 2 to 4 weeks based off of what Loai, our attorney friend from yesterday out of Houston, said. Let us know. So they're going to give the verdict on the charges, all the charges that were read in an extensive reading. Obviously, I think it was like, you guys can tell me, I think it was 70 pages one day, 40 another day, over 100 pages of verdicts that were being brought in. Byron, way to show up, man. My guy. Our top dog in the gang right now is Byron Lindsay. You guys, big shout out to him. Making actually even this right here that I'm working on right now, Byron, that's you. So thank you so much. 107 pages. Yeah. So good looking out, Byron. You're a rock star. You already know I love you, man. So yeah, the sentencing will come later. So we are gonna have a celebration of type for the verdict. We're going to set something up. Maybe it'll be tonight, maybe this weekend, but we're definitely going to put something together where anybody in the area can come together. And I hope that we can televise it and can remote broadcast in anyone else that's having their own celebrations of what the verdict is going to be. And which, when the guilty verdict comes in, I know we're not supposed to say that, but the jury's doing their thing. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a cause to celebrate, honestly, and in a moment to have a real commemoration of the people that are going to be able to start getting closure now that this guy isn't able to parade around and laugh in their face with all of his antics and everything else that he's been doing. So that being said, definitely stay tuned for that. We'll get that going, and I'll make sure to have that set up for anyone that can get in, to be involved. Yeah. And then we'll definitely get a chance to tip a glass and raise one for the victims that from Darrell Brooks and his atrocious acts back in November 21st in Waukesha, and all the families and everyone else is really looking to move forward. And you guys, this has been an emotional trial, to say the least. But the sentencing is going to be, you're going to want, as Darrell Brooks talks about here in a minute, when he compares his life to a tissue, keep the tissue with you, man, because that's going to be tough, because we're going to have an opportunity for all the victims to share to share with the courts with Darrell Brooks. They're going to have victim statements, and man, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to watch, but we're going to do it together. You know what I mean? We're going to do it together. And I want to make sure that we're giving you guys the best coverage possible. So people keep talking about, no, we're good, guys. The court's not back in. If anything, they've been showing previous broadcasts, because it's not back in yet. So we're, however, it is upcoming. So what you saw was a preview for what's going to be happening, which is going to be the verdict. So definitely want to stay tuned with me here for that. And I believe that here will be, if I'm not mistaken, so this was earlier today. I'm just taking a look at it. So I want to make it clear that the clock stopped at 1 hour, 44 minutes and 55 seconds is where the jury deliberation clock stopped. So they did it for about an hour, I guess is how it worked out yesterday. And then we moved into today. So what we're looking at, Bella showing up. Man, you're very welcome. Thank you for the contribution. Chad Alvarez says it's 2 hours, 41 minutes and 8 seconds. I think that was, so in total, Chad, are we saying that that's the total watch time right now? But Bella, seriously, thank you so much for that. You're a rock star. You already know we love you too. So thank you very much. That we're going to be right here, you guys. We're going to have it live. What we're looking at is a live view of the courtroom. So Brooke Neff, if you're curious about where to watch the verdict, right here. Stay on, stay tuned, because it'll be happening. So yeah, a total, you guys, the jury took a total of 2 hours, 41 minutes and 8 seconds to deliberate. So between yesterday and today, 2 hours, 41 minutes and 8 seconds for them to come to a majority verdict. And again, one of the things that we talked about with our attorney yesterday was that this is not, because it's not a it's not a death penalty, this doesn't have to be a unanimous. So this just has to be a majority. That being said, 7 out of 12 said it's going to take. And obviously they got to it pretty quick. People thought it'd be a couple days. It took a couple hours. So yeah, keep jits and jits. You guys, if you only knew how much my little guy, consumes, you would definitely understand that when I talk about how these donations and contributions go towards, they go towards the functioning and running of this entire program. Also, it takes care of little man when we're out, handling our business and making our moves. Yeah, as I appreciate it. So I'm gonna stop talking a little bit. I'm gonna make sure we have everything dialed in, which we do moving forward for the live feed of the verdict. Which again, the verdict isn't being read right now, so don't get confused. We will have that live on show right now, and that'll be coming up in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. So get in here, sit tight, stay tuned. We're going to watch some more of these closing arguments from Darrell Brooks, just so we can really remind ourselves of what a raging hemorrhoid he is, and that way, when they come back with the guilty verdicts, we can be just even that much more excited about it. So make sure you guys are in here and sharing the stream with friends and family, anyone that you feel needs to see justice. I mean, I don't care if any other case you've been following or whatever else is happening in the world. Any chance we get to see a step towards justice and a step towards healing, that's a positive step in the right direction. So this is it. Nicole, we got you. Don't worry. We've been working on it. We'll get it sorted. We're working out the nitty gritty right now. So Nicole, be patient with me, but we'll get you dialed in. So yeah, I'm going to go. And just so you guys are, someone was curious about little Jits. Yeah. This is little man. The other day when he's snoring. Yeah, that was him on the other side of the stream, just snoring it up. So yeah, I appreciate you guys helping keep this guy happy too. But yeah, we're gonna jump into the back over into these closing arguments from Darrell Brooks, which was epic. I mean, just amazing. The things he talked about and the things he said. But we will. I'm watching it, and I'm gonna get you guys set up so we have the side by side with the live court feed and what we're watching. So, but between then and now, take a look at this. We're gonna go back to it.
The vehicle that he observed was.
He just got done blaming the car for driving itself. So
where does this rage kick in? Where does this insatiable intent to kill kick in? I speak as someone who's known someone for years. Which brings me back to the vehicle. What if the vehicle couldn't stop because of the malfunction?
Objection, fact, not in evidence.
What if the driver of the vehicle was unable to stop the vehicle? Because of that fact, what if the driver may have panicked? Does that make the driver a crazed, or not crazed, a rage? Does that make the driver in a rage and intent on killing people?
Again, the driver, not me. I'm not a rage-filled person. The driver of that car, he's defending the driver of the car, not himself, mind you. He's removing himself from any involvement in this.
DA played exhibit 17. You don't see anyone struck in that vehicle. On that exhibit, you don't see anyone struck. was someone who had this intent to kill, this rage, as she says. If that was their intent, wouldn't they have taken the opportunity to hit as many people as they could? Target people, mow down people. Reference was made to this vehicle, the damage. Says this was all caused by bodies, but then later turns around and says hits barricades and other objects. I've heard testimony about hearing loud crashes and things of that nature, but the DA wants you to believe that this all came from people. Evidence doesn't support that. So I go back to trying to wrap my head around everything that's happened in the last year. Praying for those families, praying for the people that tragically lost their life, because that should not be lost either. The fact that there was lives lost and all the emphasis has been put on the alleged defendant. And the people have been disregarded. Makes me wonder, does the DA even care about those people? There's been prayers going up every day. It's been suffering on both sides. It's been threats, hate mail. Because of the narratives that's been put out there, the misconceptions that have been put out there, the lies that have been put out there, lies that have caused my children not to be able to go to school, to be bullied, for my mother to have to leave her home and stay at a hotel because she's afraid for her safety, because she gets hate mail shoved through her mailbox.
You take a cab because you drove her car through a parade killing people that you destroyed with the bodies of these victims?
For their safety. And what's been equally hard is not only having to answer the questions from my daughter, who was 7 at the time, my baby girl, who was 7 at the time, is now 8. Attempting to answer her questions that she's asking and still continue to shield her from what she sees, what she hears. Having a newborn son that I haven't even been able to meet. I haven't been able to hold, touch, kiss.
I got to chime in right here because this is a point for me that just makes me sick. he's talking about how sad he is that one of his children, one of his many children, he isn't going to get a chance to touch, hold, or kiss. Looking right past all of the people who don't get to hold, love, touch, or kiss their loved ones because you murdered them. You did that. No one else. You did. And somehow this narcissist, this raging pile of human trash is under the assumption that that is something that apparently the jury should feel for him on. You know what I mean? Like that. These people here don't get to have their families have the ability to hold or love them anymore. To love them, yeah, sure, but not to hold them, to physically be there for them, including Jackson Sparks down there, the little 8-year-old boy that he ran down, and the countless others that he almost killed with his actions. And then you got this guy sitting here, just bleeding out his heart of sadness about how the DA hasn't been talking about these victims. You know, these people right here, the DA isn't talking about them. And that's sad. No one's talking about how the DA is avoiding talking about these victims, you know, and he goes on, you guys. He goes on. And I went out last night. It was one of our teammates' birthday. Kristen, happy birthday to you, Kristen. Cindy and Chris and I went out. We were having a chance to talk. These are crew that have been with me for a long time. And it was a reminder last night. Cindy was with me at the memorial when we went there. We went to Waukesha. We were there the day of the attack, and we went back to the memorial as well. We were filming it and talking to folks and giving people a chance to share their stories. That was a point for me when I had to hang it up for a while. I broke down, and God bless Cindy. She didn't know really how to handle it. But for me, being with the families of these victims and dealing with just the emotions that were there, and then watching the heartache and the hurt and the pain that was caused by Darrell Brooks, I just shut down. I had to hand off my stream. I went behind the building and just sat on the ground and bawled my eyes out. I couldn't do anything. I was unable to be a part of even that emotional just the strife that was there. And so that city, the town, Waukesha, came together, and the people that were holding each other. Man. And while we were there, we got word that Jackson Sparks had passed away, that he was fighting for his life. And then subsequently that he had passed away, the little 8-year-old boy. They had another cross to add to the memorial. And then you fast forward to this ridiculous human being, this guy who's trying to cry about not being able to hold his children, not being able to do the things that he wants to do, about the names that he's been called, about the hate mail that's been sent. And we're having to sit back and then you guys, I'll show you a series of photos where he's just giggling it up, laughing, having the time of his life. Since the trial ended, he's been just weight off his shoulders, laughing with the judge. And this guy is the same guy that drove through a crowd of people, killing these 6 people and injuring, maiming, and almost killing dozens and dozens and dozens of others. I mean, the charges are there, you guys. We know what the charges are, but in case we've listed, and granted, I'm poking fun at things because it's how I deal with the severity of this. Not to be pejorative to the event, to the issues that are coming from it, to the victims, to the families, to the community. It's just how I have to process what I'm feeling, and it's it's at Darrell Brooks, 100%. All of the levity is directed at Darrell Brooks. So if God willing, he has a jail phone, everything is directed at you. And if you're watching this, bro, I don't even want to wish you luck. Your misery will be our comfort and joy. Just so you know, that'll be the Christmas wish that everyone will be able to get granted, is that your misery will be our comfort and joy. Just let that be known. So, but his charges are as stands. 6 counts of first-degree intentional homicide of these people right here. 61 counts of recklessly endangering safety. Those are all the people that he hit with his vehicle, including one of the witnesses' children, 4 of which were between, I think, the ages of 6 and 10. That I said already have facial scarring, that had their teeth knocked out of their mouth, that had compound exposed fracture of the femur that was bleeding out, that one of the officers on scene was able to put a tourniquet on to stop the bleeding to save that child's life. We have, and hopefully, well, we're not going to have time, but there was another witness or victim that was going to be a witness, and they didn't luckily have to have this person come in. It was a child who was in intensive care for days and was having to go through physical therapy to learn how to walk again with a shattered pelvis, bruised lungs, detached kidney. I mean, internal organs were removed from their sitting in this child's body because of this guy. So this is the person we're dealing with, including 6 counts of hit and run involving death. Knowing that you hit people with your car, waving at them to move and honking your horn, but kept hitting them and then kept driving. So make no mistake, the guy we're dealing with, this Darrell Brooks, whether or not these people feel like he's getting a fair trial, whether or not anybody feels that he's, and granted it's a 2% ratio maybe in a poll, feel that he's actually gotten a bum deal with this trial. Take that all out. The facts are there. This isn't about whether he did it or not, whether or not he wants to blame it on the technicality. There was a recall on the Ford Escape that he was driving, and that has a throttle body that doesn't allow someone to stop the car. But he'd been driving for 150. They had 150,000 miles in the car. Suddenly it stopped driving. That's not how that works. It doesn't drive itself through a crowd swerving around other vehicles and obstacles that would stop the car and driving through soft bodies that won't. So there's been nothing about whether or not he did it. His entire case, his entire argument, his entire motivation for this case has been hoping that he can poke enough holes that an appeal will go through and something might stick. Hoping that there might be a Hail Mary, like some ridiculous ass Reddit post that might come through from a juror that's already been debunked. And to be clear about that, the person who made the post edited the post saying it was a hoax. I'm sorry, it shouldn't have gone that far. We're really bad about it. And we love our drama. I think it was the handle of the person on Reddit. Whatever it is, the only person who can edit a Reddit post is the original creator of said post. The admin, the people at Reddit, they can't do anything to that post to alter it other than to take it down or to put it up. They edited it and said, we're sorry, it was a hoax. They're still investigating it, of course, but they made it clear. So there's nothing about that was foundational. So no, there's no hope of that. There's no one, someone's asking, was there a chance that might, play a case or a part of this case? No, it won't. They knew about it from the morning of yesterday, and they investigated, and it's nothing. There's nothing there. But his goal is to get himself set up for an appeal, the appeal process, the appeal in court. And the fact that he's looked through that right past all of these people, all of these victims, the witnesses that were on the stand that were victims as well, that he was objecting to even their statements about what happened to them. It's amazing that this has been the trial we've watched, and especially with the way he's handled himself in court, screaming at the judge, just the things that he's done that would get any other individual thrown out and probably disbarred. If it was an attorney and they were acting the way they are, that judge would push them to not just contempt, but they would be brought up on charges beyond contempt. And but she's had to mind her P's and Q's to maintain everything that she possibly can in her patience to allow him to run with the leash that he's on. Because, and I'm not just talking about the shackles on his feet that are hooked up to a taser, which we were so hoping at some point someone would accidentally sit on that remote. Like the bailiff behind him, we were just praying to God that he would nod off like the first one that we saw and just lean into that buzzer once or twice, because the sheer joy that would have come from the world at the squeal of Darrell Brooks getting the shit shocked out of him while he's sitting in his table there shackled up would have been worth a lot of the pain that we've had to endure listening to him talk, which we're going to go back to right now and hear a little bit more of his closing arguments for a few minutes before we jump into the verdict. So again, share the stream, please, if you would. And let's go ahead and make sure that anybody that has ever heard of the trial that has involved the death of these individuals, these 6 victims, and the dozens of other victims that were assaulted and maimed and injured by Darrell Brooks, that they can have some peace and closure moving through this, heading into their day and into the week, and look forward to the sentencing that's coming up. You guys, it's important. This is important. And I know we've sat through a lot in 15 days now of this jury of the trial. Today's the day. The verdict is in. They have the verdict, and we're going to go to that here in about 9 minutes. So keeping tabs on it. We're locked in and ready to go. That being said, you guys, please share the stream. Let's get as many people in here as possible. And for anyone that's already shared, thank you so much. But it's important that we give everyone a chance to be a part of this this epic moment. This it's a historic moment. So I'm going to go back to showing you guys a little more of his closing arguments, but keep in mind that we will be
having to navigate everything that comes with this whole situation.
So sit tight. I will have it live.
While still attempting to wrap my head around it. I can't honestly say how many times I've sat in my cell, especially during lights out, alone, where it's just you. And just been praying and asking myself, how could this happen?
It happened because you didn't hit the brakes and stop.
Not just for the people, but for everybody involved, the community too. How could this happen?
How do you even ask that question? That to me is astounding that he's even that he's not crazy, people. They've already tested him on that. He's not crazy. He's just a raging piece of trash. He's a dumpster fire of a human. And he's not crazy. He's just willing to do whatever he can. And now he's pivoting to the other side of the table to say, man, I can't believe somebody would do that. It wasn't me, but somebody did it. And what a terrible person they are, you know? And I mean, there's not much I can say about it that isn't obvious. But, you know, I'm going to give you guys this screen here. So, you know, right above me here is the live feed from the courtroom. And we're going to keep that on, and I'm going to keep this running so you can see what's going on. Hey, Joanne, thank you very much. You're amazing. Thanks so much for that contribution on YouTube, that super chat. Jody.
The hardest questions you can ask is those that don't have an answer. No matter how much thinking you do, no matter how much you try to look at it from different perspectives and listen to other outside perspectives and listen to people that you trust and that you love, still coming up with nothing. But to think for 1 second, one question I never had to ask was if this was intentional. That's something that I never asked once.
He never asked however he wants to word it, guys. But what he didn't do was, you know, he never got asked that question because he denies that he was even the one driving the car. So yeah, how would you ask if you did it intentionally, if you don't even want to acknowledge that you did it? So that I think is, it's par for the course for this guy, though, right? Like, we know that he will forever be the victim in his life story. That he is, the saddest story is in Darrell Brooks's life is that Darrell Brooks didn't get to have what Darrell Brooks wanted, and so, you know, he's going to make everyone else suffer for it, and that to me is exactly what you know, people like this will always do, you know. So it just makes me sick, you know. But I want to make sure that we've got all views and angles available to you right now. So we're going to go back into just the last little bit of this. I've got all three of the both the live streams up, and then we're going to watch more of this. But I want to make sure that we're up to snuff on whatever's happening. Here, we'll do this then. We're just giving it I'm rebuffering here to make sure that we're, you know, caught up. So yeah, bear with the, you know, bear with it for a moment here. But yeah, so the live feed of the courtroom is where we're at, and we got Darrell Brooks over here still rocking his closing argument here. So bear with me for a moment here. But yeah, we're good. I'm keeping tabs on everything for you guys. But actually in the moment here, I'll pause that for a second, and just want to take a moment here to appreciate that the verdict will come in. Like I said, the verdict will be in here in just a moment. Well, it'll be in a couple minutes. In about we're looking at 13 minutes, right? 13 minutes, and with that is not the sentencing. So I know we're looking for a sentence that would feel great right now if we had an opportunity to have a sentence read, but unfortunately that's not possible. It's going to take a couple weeks for them to schedule that out. They have to set up the victims panel basically to make sure they can come in and get that all set up. So there's a lot that goes into getting the sentencing ready, as well as the judge has to figure out. She's got her work cut out for it because she has to take into account, like we were talking about with Luae, our attorney friend out of Houston. There's a lot that goes into that process of they have to go off his criminal count history, his points, things of that nature. And like I said, right now they're not back in yet, but you guys will know. Trust me, I'll make sure you guys are very much aware. We're not gonna miss the verdict when it comes out. So, but yeah, sentencing will come in about 2 to 4 weeks. So I'm guessing sentencing will get right about mid-November. Hopefully, we'll have the sentence done by the anniversary of the attack. So November 21st would be when Darrell Brooks drove his car through the parade. If we could get a sentence back by then, and then let that be not just a celebration, but for the fact that it'll be the annual Christmas parade, but also a chance for the people to have some healing there, and I'm sure that'll be a very powerful and emotional time. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So yeah, this is the live feed right now in the courtroom. Nothing's happening there yet. Again, share the stream if you would, please. I'm going to make sure that we have, we've got about 10 minutes left. Let's, I'm going to give you guys this real quick. But this one that we've been looking at here for a moment. But I'm going to keep tabs on this and give it another minute so we don't have to just stare at a dead screen. Share the stream if you would, please. Let's get as many people in here as we can. Give them a chance to see what's going on.
As a matter of fact, it never even crossed my mind to even attempt to ask myself that, because I know it wasn't.
So again, the reading will be at 10:45 Central Standard. So.
And I know sometimes during this trial probably doesn't show. Maybe hard to believe.
I do plan on it, Tiger Lily, yes.
But trust me when I say no one outside of the families that had to go through this, no one's heart is more in pieces than mine. So again, I go back to all these exhibits. Go back to everything that's been shown, everything that's been testified to. Everything you've heard during this whole process, this trial. And again, I say the same thing that I said earlier. Same thing I said in opening statements. I'm not reading from any paper, any books.
Just coming from the heart here.
Everything you've heard in opening statements, everything you're hearing now is from right here.
My heart. That's how I really feel. On the inside of this really small, shallow chest of mine. It's a real deep felt sentiment that he's giving you guys here. Sit tight, guys. The verdict is in, and it's coming up in about 7 minutes.
You have the decision. You and you alone, all of you, you have the decision. I'm sure you've taken a lot of notes during this process. Some days are longer than others. A lot of movement in and out of the courtroom for various reasons. Remember the power that you have. Don't for 1 second let it be taken away from you. I can never understand the position of sitting on the jury in something of this magnitude. So I'm sure there's a lot of pressure.
In the comments, you guys, yes or no, will Darrell Brooks have a meltdown in the when the verdict is read? And by that I mean, is he going to snap on the judge as she's reading?
The right decision is made. The right decision. It's almost like that.
Seems like 100% yes is what I'm saying.
Message. Well, not message, but that writing when we're in our vehicles and we have that rear view mirror and it said things are closer than they appear. But it's also another way of saying sometimes things aren't as they appear.
That's just a distance thing, bro. That's not like it's going to be turn into a wildebeest when you're looking at a garbage can. That's not how rear view mirrors work. Just saying. Yeah, 100% yes. Next question here I have for you
I can't
guys.
speak for anyone else, but me, myself, I believe in Jesus Christ. So I was raised. That's what I believe in. None of us are perfect. But I try every day to make sure that I acknowledge him. That's why every time I step in this courtroom, I have my Bible with me everywhere I go. I even read it on breaks, recesses.
Yeah, wait for it.
This is not something that started at the beginning of this incident. This is something that has been instilled in me since I came out of the womb. This is how my family lives their life. This is how we was raised. For whatever mistakes that I myself have made in my life, I've made peace with God. Made peace. I'm happy to say that my conscience is clear.
Yeah, I mute myself because it's hard for me not to say things about and directly. I really want to shout at the camera.
Because I believe I trust him with my life. It was his will for this to happen.
His will for this to happen. This asshat just said no one will know why it was God's will for this to happen. And if that's what we ended on, I'm okay with that. If we end his closing arguments on him saying no one will know why it was God's will for this to happen.
Or why it was his. Nobody will never know why it was his will for this to happen.
So it was a Ford Escape's fault, and now it's God's fault because God wanted it to happen. That's where we're at with him. That's where his closing arguments
changed that day, mine included. God's way is not our own.
Okay, guys, we're going back into court.
No matter
so
how much.
We're going to go ahead and
Requests are noted, sir. We'll not be addressing that further.
Here it is. The verdict is in.
Respectfully reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling, Your Honor.
Share the stream, guys. This is it.
Is that a tacit agreement and a judicial determination that you don't have to answer that question as a public servant, Your Honor? For the record, may I request the legal or factual basis for your ruling, Your Honor?
It might have been a false alarm.
For the record, may I respectfully request a written judicial finding of fact and conclusion of law on this issue, Your Honor?
All your requests are noted for the record. They all are denied, sir. All rise. Jury's coming in.
For the record, may I respectfully move for an interlocutory declaratory appeal on this matter, Your Honor?
Denied.
For the record, may I move to stay these proceedings until this instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction?
Denied.
Based on what law or fact, Your Honor? Is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question? For the record, Your Honor, as a public servant? You don't have to address admiralty law or common law if this court is operating under admiralty law?
Will not be addressing any of those issues. Thank
Respectfully
you, everyone.
object,
Please
Your
be
Honor.
seated.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you picked one among you to be the foreperson? All right, and I see it's juror number 11. Have you reached verdicts on all 76 counts?
Yes.
All right, would you please hand all of the forms to the bailiff?
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I've never been more excited for just someone to read a piece of paper in my life. The judge does it like Wonder Woman. You're right. I mean, what do you guys think? Guilty or not guilty? I know it's a crazy question. What are you feeling?
Your Honor, seeing is that we've reached a verdict, is it necessary that I have these shock devices on my ankles?
Absolutely more now than ever, because you are about to freak out when you get the guilty verdict. %100% necessary. And do you think he's going to be removed? Yes or no? I'm gonna add another little query in the comment. In the comments, you guys want to throw it up? I believe it was 2 hours. Well, we had it in the comments here. Well, the official jury deliberation clock was 2 hours, 40 minutes. You'd have to. I know we had some folks that had it all dialed in, so I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm staying right here. With 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 8 seconds. The official jury deliberation clock is right below here in the post or on screen. 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 8 seconds is what it took. Thank you guys for throwing that in there, Amber, Veronica. Thank you very much. So, yeah. Nicole, I got you. 2 hours. Karen, yeah, thank you. 41 minutes, 8 seconds. Mark, thanks a lot. Yeah, so that's how long the jury was out yesterday, between yesterday and today. And they had all of these charges they had to go through to get to the place where we're at right now. Minus, 30 minutes for dinner. But I don't think that was major wage out of the equation. But from the time that they sent the jury out for deliberation to the time that they, posted back to their bailiff that they had come to a verdict was 2 hours, 41 minutes, and 8 seconds. You guys, thanks so much for being supporters, for becoming supporters on Facebook. Thank you for becoming members of our community over on the Paradox community over on YouTube. And again, thank you guys so much for the stars and for the super chats. It's been a long road.
We have confirmed that there are 76 signed verdicts
76
and 76 unsigned verdicts. Which would be what I would expect.
Ooh.
Right, I will read each one.
Here we
For the
go.
record. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 1 of the information, dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson, juror number 11. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, answer the following question, yes or no. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 2 of the information. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. Hey, you are to be removed right now. You will not do that.
There it is. Someone finally said something. Someone just yelled, "Burn in hell, you piece of shit."
We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 3 of the information. And I should state as to count 2, it was signed and dated by the foreperson, same as to count 3. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 4 of the information. Dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 5 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as charged in count 6 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 7 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 8 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 9 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 10 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 11 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 12 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 13 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 14 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 15 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 16 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 17 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 18 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 19 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 20 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 21 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 22 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 23 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 24 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 25 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 26 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 27 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 28 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 29 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 30 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 31 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 32 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 33 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 34 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 35 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 36 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 37 of the information, dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 38 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 39 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 40 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 41 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 42 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 43 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 44 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 45 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 46 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 47 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 48 of the information. Dated today's date, signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 49 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 50 of the information. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 51 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 52 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 53 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 54 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 55 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 56 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 57 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 58 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 59 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 60 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 61 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 62 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 63 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 64 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 65 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 66 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of first-degree recklessly endangering safety as charged in count 67 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the defendant commit first-degree recklessly endangering safety while using a dangerous weapon? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 68 of the information. Did the accident involve death to Virginia Sorenson? Answer, yes. Dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 69 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Leanna Owen? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 70 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Tamara Durand? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 71 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jane Kulich? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 72 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Wilhelm Hospel? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of hit and run as charged in count 73 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Did the accident involve death to Jackson Sparks? Answer, yes. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 74 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of bail jumping as charged in count 75 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darrell E. Brooks, guilty of battery as charged in count 76 of the information, dated today's date and signed by the foreperson. Mr. Brooks, would you like me to poll the jury?
Yes.
Members of the jury, I'm going to ask each one of you individually to stand up, identify your number for the record, and then state whether the verdicts read in open court are your true verdicts. I'll start with the foreperson. And I'll read your numbers first, so it's a little bit easier. So juror number 11. Were the verdicts read in open court, or are the verdicts, let me rephrase that. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 3. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 6. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
It is.
Thank you. Juror number 14. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 19. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 27. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 34. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 41. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 45. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 46. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 48. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
They are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 51. The verdicts read in open court, are those your true verdicts?
Yes.
Thank you. I should state for the record, I did have the alternates brought back in. Obviously, they did not deliberate, but it was important to have them because there are certain instructions I give at the end. All right, Mr. Brooks, are you satisfied with the polling of the jurors?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
The court is still satisfied with the polling of the jurors. The court now accepts the verdicts. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of myself, the citizens of Waukesha County, and both parties here, I want to thank you for the time and attention that you've spent on this case. Your service in this case is now concluded. There is no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it. On behalf, again, of the court and all of the parties, we thank you for your service over the last 3.5 weeks. You are discharged and free to go. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. Be seated. Anything from the state at this time?
Your Honor, the state moves for judgment on the verdict as to each and every count.
Anything from you, Mr. Brooks?
What is judgment?
Given the verdicts from the jury here today, the court will enter judgments of conviction based upon the verdicts on all 76 counts. Court will also revoke bond. In this case, I plan on bringing the case in Monday, this coming Monday, the 31st at 1 p.m. to address further scheduling. What I would ask the parties to do between now and then is to determine how long you think each side will need to present their sentencing remarks, whether you anticipate anyone speaking on your behalf. If so, how many, how long, so that I can then look at my calendar and adjust and make sure that I have the appropriate amount of time to do that. I'm not going to sentencing on Monday. It is just for further scheduling at 1 p.m. before my afternoon case.
Judge, would you be willing to consider persons appearing by Zoom for sentencing?
Yes, I would not do anything different than what I've been doing since we started utilizing Zoom, and that is to make it available for both victims and family members of the defendant if they so choose to make statements over Zoom.
Okay, thank you. That
You're welcome.
helps us in our planning.
All right. All right, then. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned for today. We'll see you all on Monday.
Wow. Wow. Whew. Okay. Wow. Guilty on all 77 charges. I just really want to just take a minute and speak directly to the community of Waukesha, to the victims, to the victims' families, for those that weren't able to survive the injuries they sustained because of Darrell Brooks. To Jackson, Wilhelm, Virginia, Jane, Lee, and Tamara's families. Man, I truly hope and pray that this will give you some closure that you deserve. Will give you some peace of mind. Will give you some rest in your soul. Knowing that this person that has been dancing through the courts and then radically affected your lives and took loved ones from you, saw no leniency. They gave no quarter. The full leverage of guilty was placed upon him. 76 charges, all of the first-degree homicide charges, which carry a life sentence, were guilty verdicts. I know we have sentencing still to move towards, and that's going to be a big one. And I know that there's going to be plenty of you that are going to have things to say, and I know there's going to be a lot of heart and a lot of emotion at the sentencing. But I hope between then and now you're able to find some solace in knowing that the person who hurt you and hurt your family, that they're now going to be brought to justice. And if it's anything like we've seen thus far, this judge is going to leverage the maximum amount of penalty that she possibly can to ensure that Darrell Brooks never sees the light of day. And is never allowed an opportunity to walk the streets. And I know it's harsh in the God-fearing Christian world for a lot of people to think about that, but I think it's important to know that had there been a death penalty with this verdict, he would have got the death penalty. That's where we're at. Every one of those jurors stood up and said that was an accurate accounting for my verdict. A panel of your peers that you were a part of the selection process of, and I'm speaking directly to Darrell Brooks at this point, found you guilty of a heinous amount of crimes, including murder. you're now a mass murderer, and those people that you murdered on screen now have families and friends and a community they're a part of that are forever affected by the things that you've done. So I know it's a tough one to step into, but as the gentleman said, that he was kicked out of court for shouting out, and what he said was, "Burn in hell, you piece of shit." And I'm leaving this on a high note, and putting this on a high note. I'm not saying that, but I know that no one is denying that that's how we feel. I was talking to someone yesterday about forgiveness, and if that is something that the people are going to work on doing. You know, is forgiveness something that we extend to someone that's done something like this? Is that something you work on in your heart and head to give them, you know, peace in their mind as he spends the rest of his life in jail? That seems like a far cry, especially at this point. But I do know that guilty. We in a record amount of time. I thought it was going to take a couple of days. I planned on being in Waukesha for the verdict, but I made it as far as Kenosha right now. So I will definitely be in Waukesha here in the next day or two. If you see me, I'll be streaming and just doing a walkthrough of Waukesha. Come say hi if you are friends or family that were affected by this. Come talk to me. I feel it's important right now that we give a chance to showcase, which is what I've worked really hard on doing through my streaming, that there's more to what you see in the news, with the community, with the people, with the world around, the chaos and the fear that mainstream media wants to sell you. Waukesha has been having this annual Christmas parade, and it's been amazing. It's a beautiful, small little city. It's a wonderful little place, much like all these areas out here in the Kenosha and surrounding cities. Beautiful, incredible people, salt of the earth folks that are supportive, that are engaging, that are loving. There's community tradition. There is festivities all the time. There's more fairs than I've ever seen in my life, which should say something, that these people are coming out and they want a chance to be a part of each other's worlds. That's what you see in these areas. It's not a bunch of Darrell Brooks. It's not a bunch of crime TV, Netflix series that you see about these crazy people that do heinous things. It's a bunch of amazing people that are here in solidarity with one another, that are offering love, that are offering companionship, that are offering friendship, camaraderie. I've got nothing but respect and love for everything that I've experienced in Kenosha, for the experience I had in Waukesha, for everything that I've experienced throughout this entire area. It's been nothing short of incredible. And though we've seen some terrible things happen in these areas, we've also seen amazing amounts of healing and strides that have been taken. We've all gone through things in our life, and I know that, the Kenosha Strong and Waukesha Strong, these are things I never really noticed until I experienced the summer of 2020 in Kenosha. It was a true testament to me for how strong people can be, and the resilience of a community, and the strength of a people and a group of people. And even the morning of the first night of riots in Kenosha, the sun was barely coming up. I remember I was exhausted. I had soot all over me. I had burn marks on me, soaked in tear gas, and I'm walking towards the waterfront and down at the marina, and I'm walking by some of downtown that was smashed up, windows that were broken out, and there's people already on the street sweeping glass and fixing damage. And when the first person I asked about their store, the gentleman said, "This isn't my place, but this is my community." And immediately it opened my heart up. I was like, wow, these people are here, you know, and they're here for each other. And I think that in Kenosha, we've seen things. In Waukesha, we've seen things. The memorial that we went to was massive. There's so many people there. It's a powerful testament of community and of healing and love. And I think honestly, and I know I've been making a lot of jokes throughout this trial because I've had to get through it. This hit me incredibly hard on the wings of everything that we were going through at the time that I personally was going through. And I'm sure everybody else incredibly hard too. And I appreciate all the comments and support, you guys. And I'd love to address them all. You guys have been so incredibly supportive in the chat. Thank you, amazing viewers and everybody that's been with me for so long, since Seattle, a couple years ago, through all the things we've gone through riots, protests, marches, wildfires, more riots, more protests, through death, through misery, through pain. We've been through so much together, you guys, and it means the world to me that you've been with us, that the team that we have, the mod squad, and all of you on the back end here that have been so incredible with supporting us. Thank you guys so much. You're amazing. The parade is happening this year. Yeah. So the Waukesha Parade, step into it. Like I said, I know I've made a lot of jokes, but in all seriousness, one of the beautiful things that I've seen from this is that people are able to build bridges once again and communicate and be a part of. Thank Marianne Jones. Thank you very much. December 4th, 4 to 5 p.m. I think that is when I think you're saying that's when the parade is going on. But and the divide that we've seen in our country that I've seen personally, and I've been on the streets with it since 2020, and the great breakdown of civility and of brotherhood and of love to divide and conquer each other, to get my side against your side, and if you're not with my side, you're on the wrong side. That whole mentality, that cancer culture, that hate culture, is broken, and it's breaking our country. It's breaking us as a people. And in times like this, I think it's amazing to see that there's not a right side, wrong side. It's somebody who did a horrific thing and tragically affected all these people's lives and all of us here that are watching. That there's no right, left, conservative, liberal. There's no anti-vax, pro-mask, and there's none of that exists in this. This is a human condition. This is a human piece, a human interest situation. And if we can get together on this, if we can all come together and appreciate that as people, there are some things that there's no argument about, that there is a common ground. This was a heinous thing that happened to these people, to their families, to the community. Darrell Brooks, in every chat, I've not seen one that said he's innocent, needs to go free. Everybody, no matter how much they feel it was a crooked system, it was a crooked court, it was a crooked judge, all said the same thing. He should never see the light of day. We can all come together and appreciate that by grand design, we've been divided, and there's been great effort that's been put into it, and it's been slowly turning up the heat on the pot of frogs. So many of us haven't seen it, and it's so hard to see sometimes, but the great divide has been happening. And I'm not talking any conspiracy theory. This is me talking in reality, because we see it. We see it in the streets, people fighting, people bickering, people hating each other for their views and their opinions about their life. And it's going to a greater cause. And I think that, if anything, the tribute that we could give to Jackson Sparks, this 8-year-old little boy who lost his life, would be to stop the fighting and we could heal. Place our effort and our great energy into healing our people, into healing our country, into providing a positive, healthy structure and platform for our children. Give them the utmost of your energy. And if you're still feeling hate towards a group of people or whatever you have going, channel it into love, channel it into gratitude, channel it into positivity, channel it into something that will help give a platform for our children to have the best opportunity for the happiness that they deserve and their tomorrows. And if we're cooling off of the pain of our yesterdays, holding on to that and projecting that is going to do nothing but make them suffer through the same things we have. Process. Find people that you can process with. Talk about it. Go through it. Don't hold on to it. Manage it and change it. And we have to do that. Reach out to people. Help each other out. But we have to build a world for tomorrow that these children can step into, so that they're not showing up at school with guns, so that they're not hurting themselves. And we talk about the suicide rate, the youth suicide rate is at a record high. And there's so many things that we haven't talked about since COVID hit, because we weren't allowed to talk about certain things. And that was our focus. But since that happened, there has been a staggering amount of pain in our country. There is a record high overdose rate and deaths related to drugs. That these are avoidable deaths. Record high alcohol and tobacco related deaths, all avoidable. The suicide rate is higher than it's ever been. And that should be, if nothing short of a thermometer of our nation, of where we're at. That should be saying something. People are killing themselves at a record rate. Children are killing themselves at a record rate. We have to make a change. There has to be a stop. There has to be effort, and it may not happen through some grand device of or gesture therein, but it's through the small things that we do, and it's through the small efforts we place into collecting each other under a banner of love. And it sounds, I'm sure, floaty and lofty to some folks, but to me, I've let go of my malice. I've let go of my rage. I've let go of my anger. I take accountability for my life, accountability for my actions, accountability for the things that I have done, but I also own everything that I've accomplished. And it's powerful to be in that place of 100% accountability in your life. When you really own your existence, you're able to do things that you never would be able to do out of fear. And some of that is the staggering points that mainstream media and a lot of things are trying to push, is that fear factor. They want you to feel like you can't, or that you're not worthy, or that you're not able, or that you don't deserve, but you do deserve every bit of happiness that you could possibly find. You deserve all of the joy that you could possibly experience. That being said, and I'm grandstanding a bit right now, but again, it's CJTV, so that's where we're at. Give that to the children. Give it to our children. Give them a chance to be amazing. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's got a picture sent of Jackson Sparks. It looks like it would have been right around Halloween last year, and that's really hard to see. We can do better. We can do better. We have to do better. I think today was a step for our country, for our people, for everyone. 76 guilty verdicts, or 77, sorry, guilty verdicts. Lets people know that they can't do what they do and get away with it. It lets people know that there is consequences for your actions. And even hearing Darrell Brooks talk about his kids that he'll never, that he hasn't even held before. He talked about his children that are suffering because of the things that are being said to him, and the things that are guilty on all charges. Yeah, A1 Media. That's coming from the actions that he, from the things he did, from his actions. We can do better. We have to do better. And I think we owe it to the memory of these young folks that aren't with us anymore, like Jackson Sparks, who was killed by Darrell Brooks in the parade. He was just 8 years old, and it's a tribute, I think, to the life that he could have lived if we can just Um, yeah. The yeah. Man, this is you guys. They had to have 6 funerals after this, and they had mothers that weren't able to see their children for days while they were in surgeries after this happened. After Darrell Brooks destroyed lives. After he drove through a crowd of people without slowing down, without looking back, without stopping, until he felt like he had cleared the scene. I'm just going to take a second here and give you guys this. This is. I'm just going to read through this real quick. This is the obituary for Jackson Sparks. Jackson A. Sparks, born April 2nd, 2013, died 2 days after this attack, November 23rd, 2021, of Waukesha, was tragically taken from us on November 23rd, 2021, at the age of 8. Our sweet little boy is now under the care of Jesus. Jackson is the loving and cherished son of Aaron and Sherry Sparks, proud little brother of Tucker and the late Jada, loving grandson of Jack, Kathy, Dexter, Vince Sparks, and Renee Dotzler, great grandson of Mary Sparks, loving nephew of Scott, Dexter, Vanessa Sparks, Rebecca Kerber, Tabitha Sparks, and Veronica Sparks. He is further survived by many other relatives and friends. Jackson was a third grader at Clarendon Avenue Elementary School and a member of Life Point Church in Muckawanago. Jackson loved baseball and played for the Waukesha Blazers. When not playing baseball or slam dunking basketballs throughout the house, Jackson enjoyed fishing, catching frogs, and playing with his brother Tucker and his dog Kira. I mean, it's a simple write-up for what we could never really fully, it's just hard to see that this is the back end of what Darrell Brooks has done. The things that are permanently affected by his actions. And it's horrible to think that this family actually, as I said before, I truly hope and pray that this verdict, this unanimous across the board 100% guilty verdict for all 77 of the charges that were brought against Darrell Brooks. I pray deeply and earnestly that the victims and families of the victims, those that survived, and the community of Waukesha have today at this point maybe some peace. Maybe have an opportunity to rest a little better, to put a little comfort in their heart, knowing that at this point, it's what we're working for, right? Closure. That's what we've been saying from the beginning of this trial. we're here for a reason. You know, it's so we can get some peace, we can get some closure. We can see, and having to watch this guy dance his way through court and make a mockery of these people that he killed and the families that he forever damaged. You know, we deserve as much as anybody, and maybe not as much as anybody, I can't say that, but we definitely deserve the closure therein as well, knowing that no human can look at this and not feel some type of connection to the people of Waukesha and the families that were affected. So it's I feel a powerful and beautiful day that we can hold on to, and it's hard to think that through the convicting of another individual that we can find. I don't think joy is the word, and I'm not going to say it, but to find peace, find comfort, find some solace in knowing that the next thing we have to look forward to on the agenda is sentencing. And then we'll be able to take a look at where exactly that will go for the next phase or the final phase, I think, of the proceedings that go into this process. And then from that point, the healing, I think, is really where it's going to be, the hard work's going to come in, is really having to finally let go and move forward. Not let go, I guess, but let go of this guy, not ever having to look at, think of, or see him again. Let him just disappear into the ether. But knowing that now the focus can be on your tomorrows and feeling free to go to the next parade. That's Gail, you're asking to replay the last part of the trial. Are you asking for the last part of the verdict or the last part of the trial itself? Are there any questions in the comments here, you guys? And I've been choking my way through this, but if there's any questions you have for me, please ask. But I definitely want to make sure you appreciate that where my head and heart is right now is exactly where it was from the beginning, through all the jokes and everything in between, is on getting the healing that all of these folks deserve, and getting the closure that they deserve. I can play for you guys a video that we filmed while we were at the memorial last year. I may do that. Let me pull this up for you guys because I'm curious about the. So there is this is great. Turn off the water faucet here. Let me show you guys this real fast. Here we go. I'm gonna breathe now. I'm gonna breathe. Teresa, thank you very much. Teresa Belt on Facebook, thank you. You guys have been incredibly, like I said, so incredibly supportive. In everything you've in the comments and in your support and always for the platform here. So and I can't thank you enough, because this has been really, I mean, not to take, we all own our own reality and our own truths. This has been hard on me. This trial, I've laughed through a lot. I've had to cry through a lot. Today was definitely an emotional one. But going all the way back to last November, and seeing the streets still marred with blood, seeing the bodies of these victims being rolled away, seeing strollers and children's shoes and mittens and blankets just smeared with blood. strewn throughout the streets of Waukesha, that hit harder than I ever could have imagined. And we had just come off of the Rittenhouse trial, and I hadn't relived a lot of that, the experience of being involved in that until the trial. And when we were rewatching a lot of the footage that I hadn't even it wasn't even live. Mostly all of my footage was left private. I didn't release it, and it was re-release it, and then reliving that in that fashion was it dug up some things from me, and then everything that led up to that, and then from that point on, it's been an emotional ride, and I can tell you guys that it's never a point where anything is lost on me. I am dangerously attached to the people that I experience, and anyone that's met me, anyone out there that have spent time with me, you know that the I don't want to say the empath in me, whatever. Like my heart is immediately connected. I fall in love with people fast, and you're my people, and your problems are our problems, and your joy is our joy, and I hold on to that, and I work hard on being connected to that, and allowing myself to be in that flow, and so when I'm out streaming, and when I'm talking to people, and I've done all these interviews and gone through these experiences, nothing just falls on deaf ear or misses my heart. It all stays there, and there's a lot of processing and a lot of decompressing that I've tried to go through, and that I probably should have done more of, and that I haven't done enough of, and I know that much. That is a part of what this process, which is why the last year, about the year and a half, has been really kind of choppy. It's been a little choppy because it started off very hard, going through a lot of crazy things, and a lot of walking with you guys through a lot of tumultuous times. Pivot. I'm going to pivot. Because I'm looking at right now the fact that we have, definitely something to look forward to here. So let me add this to the stream. So this is the game plan for the Waukesha Christmas Parade this year. It's going to be on December 4th, starting at 4 p.m. in Waukesha. This is the 59th, I believe, annual Christmas Parade. The 59th annual Christmas Parade, starting at 4. It says 4 to 5, so put that on your calendars. I know I'm definitely saving the date on that one. I'm looking forward to having a chance to be a part of that with the city of Waukesha, and to see the comeback. The ability to not allow the resilience, to not allow someone to take something from you that isn't their right to take. Like Darrell Brooks attempted through his actions to take away people's feeling of safety, people's feelings of joy, of happiness. It's I hope you guys can see that in the on screen there. Yeah. So the Waukesha, Sunday, December 4th, put it on your calendars. I'm already excited about it, because I think that it's going to be an amazing opportunity to see that people do heal, and there's more. So, like I said, I try to celebrate the places that I go, and the stories that I cover, as being more than just chaos, destruction, and mayhem. There's so much back end to all of the places that we've seen in the streams that you've watched here with CJTV. This is the 59th annual parade that they've had, Christmas Parade in Waukesha. There's, you can read into this. This is the Waukesha /wi.gov residents Waukesha. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put this in the links. So this is just a little bit more about the city of Waukesha. This is the parade route, and I'm not sure, but I think, and I want to make sure, I'm going to take this running right down Main Street again. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same parade route, which is a testament to resilience, that let me take a look at it real quick. That they went down last year. In the comments, feel free to let me know if that's the case. I know it went down Main Street, and I'm not sure exactly where the turns were on Main Street. But yeah, here we go. So the parade will start. I think it's going the other direction. So it's going to be going up Main Street this time. And I believe down at the corner of Wisconsin Avenue and West Main Street is where the lasting memorial was left. Oh, sorry, you guys aren't looking at that. So I just realized that I got you guys looking at the sorry, my bad. Let me pull this up for you so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to put in the comments here though what I'm looking at, so you guys can take a look at it yourself. It's a little bit more about the parade and Waukesha as a whole, but the here in the parade route that was so this is the events of last year where the parade went, and it went down Main Street and then made its way West Main Street and made its way up Wisconsin, where they're doing it different this year. So they're flipping it around. And let me show you the new layout for the parade this year, which is going to be right here. So this is boom, the new layout for the parade. So it's going to start where last year's parade ended, basically. And it's going to go the other direction. So it's going to go from Wisconsin Ave to West Main Street, and then up West Main to North Barstow Street. And then it's going to cut back down to Wisconsin Ave and end on, it looks like Wisconsin and North Grand Avenue. So it's going to start at Cutler Park, and then it's going to end at Cutler Park. And if I'm not mistaken, Cutler Park is where the memorial service took place. And I'm going to show you guys what I'll probably roll out with is the video of sorry, I'm seeing a lot of comments. I'm seeing a lot of things. You guys are amazing. The memorial, which I'll grab for you right now. So yeah, the Waukesha Christmas Parade, definitely running solid, December 4th, something to put on your calendars. And don't let what has happened stop you from being a part of what is going to happen, which is an opportunity to, do the camaraderie and celebration and festivity building that Christmas is amazing for. And that's I'm without a doubt I'm definitely my mother's son, and when it comes to that, because I've to some people's surprise, I will be the guy that has Christmas music playing in the beat. When we used to give my mom grief for it, but now I do. Christmas music will start in October. It hasn't this year, but definitely within the next week, Christmas music will be playing for the next couple months. And it'll be everything from Mannheim Steamroller to your Bing Crosby's and everything in between. But so that's just me. So I think celebrate Christmas as long as you can. Some of the things that did come from that last year, we had a chance to be a part of the parade, or not a parade, sorry, a fundraiser, which was I thought was really awesome last year, and we raised some money, which I thought was really cool, and had a chance to meet a lot of folks at the it was Oak Barrel in Milwaukee, where they did the memorial, or the one of the fundraisers they did for the community. And then, if I'm not mistaken, let me pull this up. I believe that, JJ Watt, I believe, in a grand gesture, was pretty amazing. JJ Watt, the Arizona Cardinals defensive end, JJ Watt, is known for being responsive when terrible things happen. He helped raise more than $37 million in relief aid for those affected by Hurricane Harvey in 2017. And he did it again in the when he found out about the injuries and the deaths in Waukesha during the parade attack, where Watt went to high school in nearby Pewaukee. You guys, I'm terrible with the names out here. So bad at it. Just a few miles from Waukesha. He's helping. He decided he was going to help those affected by the tragedy. He said, J.J. Watt is covering the funeral costs for everyone that lost their life in the Waukesha Christmas Parade. That is an amazing gesture. Such a huge heart. Watt is so. That was just a tweet from Corey Jenner John. But Watt was covering, and anyone that knows about this as it worked out, please let me know. But J.J. Watt covered the funeral costs for everyone that died in the parade. All 6 of the victims. He's an NFL player. Says yet, however, this is yet another example of someone who gets it. He has the means to help and does, especially for those who are hit hardest in the worst scenarios. What a guy, man. What a step up. What a step up for all these people, these celebrities that have, that are basically signal virtuing out here, that have been talking, with all this crazy talk about what's happening in the world, because they want to have something to all these trigger words, these target points to throw up so they can be part of what's happening. People like J.J. Watt that are an icon. When it happened, he did step up and he said, "I'm going to do something about it." And I think it's a powerful gesture. And I'm proud of celebrities, and I say celebrities being something that we can look up to, because I feel like right now we've got rappers and all these people like Darrell Brooks, who thought he was a rapper, with his Bidnet song, that they're becoming the icons for so many kids, and they're not seeing heroes. And I think that's what the world needs right now. And the kids they need heroes. And I think maybe that's why all the Marvel and everything has taken off so much in the last several years, is because it's something you can hold on to and you can feel like something's larger than life. And these Iron Man and, kids want to dress up like Hulk and, Captain America. They want to be dressed up like these people they see in the movies. And I think it's great that we're able to maintain that ideology. But I hope that in life, in the continuation of our the procession of things, that we can give people real life heroes, celebrities and icons that are in pop culture that will step up and say, "Hey, I'm going to do something wonderful." Not like embarrass themselves. Like, you see like Will Smith, who was my guy. Fast forward, he slaps Chris Rock and cusses him out for making a joke as a comedian. The things that have been said, it's amazing that's what got him up out of his seat. Anyway, J.J. Watt, big shout out there. What I'm doing right now is I'm pulling up for you guys the memorial, which we were at. It started off with, because I wasn't quite there when it started, so we had somebody streaming for us, and I'm just going to double check and make sure how this works out here for us. So bear with me for a moment here while I pull this up, you guys. I'm going to step in here a little bit into it. Yeah, give me a second. I'm going to pull this up. I haven't rewatched this one either. So I had someone else holding camera, and some of the points on the bottom aren't going to be 100% accurate. But I know the DA is speaking at 1 o'clock, so in about 40 minutes. So I'll give you guys some things to look at until that happens, and then we'll jump into the press conference with the DA at 1 o'clock. So this is the some of the video from the memorial, the vigil in Waukesha following the attack.
Now we will read the names of the 5 beautiful souls that were lost yesterday.
And
then
real fast, I just want to let you guys know. While we were there, this is when we found out that we had made it premature. We had said that that little Jackson had passed, but he was still fighting, and he hadn't quite passed. And we found out while we were here that he had that it went to 6, that the number had gone to 6. So that was, mind you, this is directly after the attack. It was the next night.
after the reading of those 5 names, we would invite you to lift up those that you would want to name who are in need of prayer this day. And so we remember
Wilhelm Hospel,
Virginia Sorenson,
Leanna Owen,
Tamara Durand,
Jane Kulich,
Holy One, you know all whom we lift to you now. And we pray your blessing upon them. Amen.
thank you for coming to this vigil tonight. Special thanks to the city of Waukesha, the fire and the police and all first responders, the Parks and Rec Department who put this together on very short notice, to all the medical personnel who have served our community, to Stage Pro Entertainment, which has provided the AV equipment, and to Professional Interpreting Enterprises, who has done our American Sign Language interpreting. Thank you all. Have a good night and take care of each other.
Just have to figure out what I'm gonna do with this one. I kind of want to get out of StreamYard and go back into Streamlabs.
And again, this isn't live. This was recorded last year after the attack in Waukesha.
Please know that you will find hot chocolate and food spread throughout the park, shared with us by various organizations and businesses.
Switch up to a different platform.
Tell me what to do.
Oh, Cindy.
Well, when my friend Kristen has changed her mind again, she will talk to you.
Please know you're sorry, just absolutely going to place.
It was a real testament to community, to everyone that came out. Yeah, it was a powerful grouping of people. I realized that the first half of the video the volume was a little choppy, so it's really hard to see or to watch because you can't really hear what's going on. And I want to give you a chance to hear that. So I found a video that was this should be in its entirety, and we have that time before the 1 o'clock Central Time. Which will be when they're doing the a press conference with the DA's office. So let me give you guys. Yeah.
I want to make sure almost every time something is done here at the amphitheater, remind people not to get on the effigy mounds. We're not supposed to have people up on top of those. Any press people here, we don't have a press breakout box. If you haven't found that already. And if you need porta potties, they are behind this building or over towards the playground on the other side.
Tonight, as we gather to grieve, to process, to seek support in community, we have many who are here to listen and to offer support. Down here, stage right, we have trained facilitators from Healing Hearts of Southeast Wisconsin and the Waukesha County Department of Human Services. These facilitators are trained in offering support to grieving Down here, stage left, around the perimeter, on the wings, we have clergy, counselors, chaplains, and spiritual leaders who are available to talk with you, to listen with you, to pray with you if you would like. After the prayer vigil is over, if you wish to move somewhere a bit warmer for those conversations, First Baptist Church, right down kitty corner to us here at the park, will have their sanctuary open for those who want to sit, to pray, or talk. Additionally, the Waukesha County Community Foundation has set up a community relief fund. This evening, if you wish to make a financial donation to that fund, you can do so by putting your donations into the bucket that is up here on the stage, that will be down in front of the stage at the end of the vigil.
So as we begin, let me introduce myself. I'm the Reverend David Simmons. I'm the pastor of St. Matthias Episcopal Church here in Waukesha. I'm the convener of the Association of Waukesha Congregations here in Waukesha. I'm also the chair of the Interfaith Conference here in Milwaukee. And it is an honor to be here in front of you today. I wish we weren't here, but it is, once again, so inspiring to see so many of you out here on this cold evening. We're going to begin with an invocation from scriptures that are common to most of our traditions, from the Psalms. This is from Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble with its tumult. God is in the midst of the city. It shall not be moved. God will help it when the morning dawns. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Here ends the reading. And now I'd like to turn this over for a portion of the program to our mayor, Sean Riley.
Thank you. Along with Reverend Simmons, I thank you all for being here. I wish we did not need to be here. Real quick, I'm going to say, as the mayor of the city, I have received an outpouring of offers for help and condolences for the citizens of the city of Waukesha. Tonight we have here Senator Johnson, Senator Baldwin, Congressman Fitzgerald, and I believe many, many other elected leaders, and they are here to stand with us, to let us know that they're supporting us. Thank you all for being here, for those who were injured and are grieving. Last night was a tragedy no community should ever have to experience. Last night, our children were terrified when they should have been laughing. Last night, many of our friends were gravely injured when they should have been standing shoulder to shoulder with friends and neighbors. Instead, last night, we lost some of our neighbors. Instead, last night, our community was traumatized. Tonight, we gather to let those who lost loved ones know that we are here for them. Tonight, we gather to let those injured know that we are here for them. Tonight, we gather to let those who experience trauma know that we are here for them. Tonight, I am heartbroken that so many in our community experienced such horrible trauma. Tonight is the beginning of many nights where we will grieve and mourn for those we lost. Tonight is the beginning of many nights where our children and our neighbors will slowly and painfully heal from their horrific injuries. Tonight is the beginning of many painful nights where we will try to understand why last night's senseless actions occurred. Tonight, I thank you for being here because even though, sure, thanks. Tonight, probably better. Tonight, I thank you for being here because even though there will be many painful nights ahead, and whether it is grieving the loss of a loved one, or the healing from physical injuries, or recovering from extreme emotional pain, our presence says that we, as a community, will work together to help all heal. Our presence is a symbol that we stand with and share in the grief of all those injured or killed on Sunday evening. Our presence is a symbol that we stand with those who are emotionally injured from the horrific events of last night. Tonight, this vigil is a small first step in healing for our community. Tonight, we know that we have many more steps to go before we feel any type of closure from the pain that was wrought last night. Tonight, we take a small first step towards healing because we know we need to lift up those who are in so much pain. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for those in need. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for our community. Tonight, I ask for patience. The road will be long for many. Tonight, I ask for understanding, an understanding that many may not have been physically injured last night, but they were injured by being witness to terrible events. We as Waukesha will come together and heal. We are at the beginning of our journey though, and we must continue this process of helping all heal. Each of us will play a part in helping our neighbors and community heal. How that occurs will be up to us as individuals and as a community. I thank you so much for being here tonight to take that small first step to begin healing. We know that every one of you here tonight wants to help. I have some suggestions, and actually the pastors and the religious people have some flyers with information printed on it, and it's over here and they'll be handing that out. As already mentioned, the Waukesha County Community Foundation and United Way of Greater Milwaukee and Waukesha County have joined together to create the United for Waukesha Community Fund. This fund will support the needs of the families impacted. And there is a website for that, and hopefully you can get it on the city website, and I'm sure you can get it on many other websites. Many people witnessed traumatic events last evening. If you need to talk to someone, you can call or text 800-985-5990. And once again, that's on all our websites. It's on our website and also on many other websites, to be connected to a trained caring counselor. They are available 24/7. I also want to ask, please don't call 911 unless you have unless you have a true emergency. We have been getting a lot of phone calls, and that's a line that we want to keep open. There will also be a resource center set up at Carroll University for all victims from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Tuesday and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Wednesday. The District Attorney Victim Assistance Program is also available to assist, and there's an email for that is on our social media. I would like to reiterate that all information is on our social media. Our community needs to heal from physical injury and emotional trauma and what was taken from us by this senseless act. What we do today in the days ahead is what will define us as a city. And I want to thank every single person for being present today. Our next speaker is our Police Chief, Dan Thompson.
It is life's crucibles that truly defines one's character. Yesterday's tragic event demonstrated the character of this community. When tragedy struck this great city, the community responded. Members of the community selflessly went to the aid of the 3 lone victims. My heart and department prayers go out to the victims and their families. Now is the time to grieve and mourn. I want to personally thank you all for being here. Unity and community is showing love to one another, which is a starting point to healing. The Waukesha Police Department is honored to be a part of such a great and resilient community. God bless you all.
Our next speaker is our Fire Chief, Steve Howard.
Thank you. On behalf of the City of Waukesha Fire Department, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. The department's thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of this tragic and senseless incident that occurred last night. We'd like to thank everyone in the community for all the outreach, the thoughts and prayers and donations of food. Those things are always greatly appreciated and comforting. As I had some downtime throughout the day, and an opportunity, as I think a lot of first responders do, where your thoughts sometimes go to the why did this tragedy happen? And quickly get to the point where there is no explanation, and quite frankly, no explanation that would be satisfying. And an opportunity to have a conversation with a very good friend of mine. And one of the things that really struck me is this tragic incident struck on the week as we start to celebrate the holidays, specifically the week of Thanksgiving. And at times it may seem difficult to see things to be thankful for, especially in light of this tragedy. But as I talked with people, as I observed first responders, community members last night, and throughout the day today, we do have a lot to be thankful. I'm very thankful for the people that stepped up, set aside maybe their family to come forward and treat the wounded. The efforts of our police department, firefighters, EMS, the partnerships that we have with many surrounding communities, both police and fire, really brought out the best in people. We recognize that this is the start of the grieving process, maybe the very beginning of the healing process for many in the community. We appreciate all the support, and again, our thoughts and prayers go out to all of the families that were affected by this tragedy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amanda Medina Roddy from the Waukesha School District.
Good evening. Waukesha, neighboring communities, school districts, and our school district of Waukesha families. As mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, family members, friends, all of our board members and administrators want to share that our hearts are with you. The chief alluded to something that I wanted to share. As I communicated with my pastor in the aftermath of everything, he told me to not focus on the why questions, but on the who. And who I saw running into the crowds, running after our neighbors, running after our children and our students, were all of the individual and wonderful heroes that we have living amongst us in our community. Some were running away, but they were running away with others to keep them out of harm's way. And to all of you, we thank you. I would like to briefly reiterate some of the statements that our superintendent shared with the community earlier today. We are focused on our kids, staff, and families and making resources available to them. We stand with our community and want to be one of the resources of support as we navigate this tragic event. The school district of Waukesha is providing internal assistance as well as resources outside of the district to support our kids, staff, and families. We also would like to thank our surrounding school districts, Waukesha County, our local health and care providers, the Department of Public Instruction, the Governor's Office for their support of the school district of Waukesha during this time. We are parents, we are neighbors, we are hurting, we are angry, we are sad, we are confused. We are thankful. We are all in this together. We are Waukesha strong. May God bless and keep you all. Thank you.
listening to that speech reminds me of, I remember back when 9/11 happened, and one of the people that they asked how to deal with this, how were you supposed to knock your kids, was, thank you, Fred Rogers, who I always like to remind people was a Presbyterian minister. And the thing that he said was, you look for the helpers. So often we focus on the perpetrator, so often we focus on the evil, and when we do that, we completely miss all the people that are helping, our wonderful fire chief, our fire and police and first responders, but all of the people that leaped in from the side of the parade last night to help out when they were called to. Waukesha strong is a good way to put it. We rose to the occasion, and if we're thinking about how we reflect on this, we need to look for the helpers. Moving into this next section of the program, we will have representatives from the Interfaith Conference of Greater Milwaukee, the Brookfield Grove Interfaith Network, and then representatives of several of our differing faith communities here in Waukesha. It's my job to introduce the first speaker, and the others will introduce themselves. Kulich is the executive director of the Interfaith Conference of Greater Milwaukee. When he comes to speak to us today, he comes from a particular understanding and very personal understanding, as his father was one of the priests that was killed at the Sikh temple shooting in 2012, 10 years ago this year. This began a journey for him. He has served as a Milwaukee police officer. He has served as a trauma counselor, and he brings his wisdom to us today as we struggle in a difficult time. As the chair of the Interfaith Conference, many are the times over the last few years where we have gathered together for one tragedy or another. We've unfortunately become very good at it. But Hardy always impresses me with the wisdom and the personal knowledge that he brings to this task. And so, without further ado, I'd ask Hardy to come and speak to us.
Thank you so much, Reverend Simmons. Good evening. Sat Sri Akal. Namaste, salam, shalom, and greetings. On behalf of the Interfaith Conference of Greater Milwaukee and our diverse faith communities and partners, we humbly offer this prayer. I respectfully ask us to bow our heads as we offer this interfaith prayer. God in all things, God in all people, we pray for all those who have suffered and continue to suffer right now. Those who saw and experienced unimaginable tragedy and hurt last night. Those who have lost, please keep them in your mercy. Those that we are struggling and holding on to life inside of our hospitals and critical care units, please keep them in your grace. Those that are gathered here tonight, breathing in your life and collectively praying right now, please keep them in your compassion. We have had a difficult time as we're going through some very difficult days, but we have not lost faith. We know that you are near. We need you to cover us. Cover all of us in your light. Show us how to embody this light. Show us how this light not only gives us life, but gives us hope. And your hope is so crucial right now. Tonight, we are blessed to be surrounded by our sacred faith families and amazing faith leaders who stand united to support each of us in the richness of their religions and spiritualities. We thank you for the law enforcement officers and the first responders. We thank you for the medical professionals working so hard to save lives right now as we pray. We thank you for putting each and every one of us in a position to support one another, for this is the beloved community. We know life is to be cherished. We are grateful for every second, minute, and hour that you gift us. As we move forward, May we all serve towards the betterment of our world. We ask you for strength when we feel weak. We ask you for courage when we feel scared. And we ask you for unity when we feel divided. Tonight, we ask you for healing as we feel pain. We are all your children, and we are ever grateful for your love, your mercy, and your compassion. Amen. Amen. Shalom. Vaheguru. Ashe. And may God bless you all.
Good evening. I am the Reverend Chris Androsky, Waukesha clergy and convener of the Brookfield Elm Grove Interfaith Network, representing over 20 different communities of faith from many different faith communities. While most of our congregations are not located in Waukesha, tonight we are all Waukesha. Tonight we lament with you the trauma and the pain inflicted upon our community, our friends, our co-workers, our loved ones. Tonight we mourn and grieve with you. The lives lost, the innocence lost, the peace within our souls that has been lost. Tonight we are angry alongside you that a senseless tragedy has become our reality. Tonight we seek peace and healing with you for our children, for every family and household impacted by this tragedy, for our service providers, for our leaders. Tonight we gather with you because tonight we are all Waukesha. In our Christian scriptures, the gospel according to Matthew says, again, truly I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything you ask for, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven. For where two or three are gathered in my name, there I am among you. Y'all, tonight, there are more than two or three of us gathered together. And I believe that tonight we all come seeking the same thing. Space to grieve together, peace and healing for our community. And so let us pray and trust in God's promise to be present with us as we do. Holy and loving God, our ever-present help in times of trouble, tonight we come with hearts so heavy that words are hard to find. Yet we trust that you will hear the cries of our hearts, the cries of grief and pain, the cries of anger and frustration, the cries of powerlessness and weariness. We come to you, seeking peace where there seems to be no peace, and healing where there seems to be only brokenness. And we ask that you would send your presence to be among us, among our grieving families, among our community groups and schools, among our first responders, our government officials, our leaders, among our hurt yet resilient and strong community. Make yourself known to us in the compassion and the care of others as you heal all who are in need. Multiply your goodness, O God, among us and through us, we pray. Amen.
Good evening. This is the Waukesha Religious Director of Islamic Society. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of God, the most merciful and compassionate. Almighty God, we are horrified and devastated by the senseless, tragic, and horrible killing of innocent men, women, and children, and the injuring of many others in Waukesha history. We offer our sincere condolences to the families of those who have lost and pray for speedy recovery of the injured. Our thoughts and prayers are with the entire Waukesha community tonight in light of this senseless act of violence. We pray for the families, first responders, government officials, healthcare workers, and everyone affected by this disease and tragedy. Lord, we pray that you heed the Lord and help us all to find peace and happiness. Tonight, there is weeping and fear in Waukesha. We see pain, anguish, and sorrow there, and also in so many communities across America and around the world. We ask for your mercy, compassion, forgiveness, peace, and healing. Bless your servants with peace, harmony, protection, and refreshing rest. Lord, give us renewed hope. In your holy name, we pray. Good evening. My name is Reverend David Cover, Minister at United Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Waukesha, on Washington Avenue. I too am honored to be here at this interfaith vigil, and I wish I were not. I have a short reading that I think speaks to the religious impulse that bridges our many traditions. Words from George Owen. We need one another when we mourn and would be comforted. We need one another when we are in trouble and defeated. We need one another when we are in despair, in temptation, and need to be recalled to our best selves again. We need one another when we would accomplish some great purpose and cannot do it alone. We need one another in the hour of success, when we would look for someone to share our triumphs. We need one another in the hour of defeat, when with encouragement we might endure and stand again. We need one another when we come to die and would have gentle hands prepare us for the journey. All our lives we are in need, and others are in need of us. Let's pray. Spirit of life, God of many names, many beliefs, we are here together today, grieving. Our minds race to unanswerable questions. Our hearts are with those who have lost loved ones, who are injured, and who witnessed. We pray for the caregivers, for their skill, for their families, for their strength, for all of us, for patience as we sort it out. It is too soon to ask much, too soon for lessons or conclusions, but in our grief, may we be reminded to care for all those around us, all those with whom we share life. Blessed be. Amen.
More than 300 murders just last year. Terror at the Waukesha Christmas Parade. But defund the police radical Mandela Barnes still supports eliminating cash bail, releasing dangerous criminals back into our communities. Barnes says,
reducing prison population is now sexy.
Actually, releasing criminals isn't sexy. It's dangerous. Radical Mandela Barnes won't keep your family safe. Senate Leadership Fund is responsible for the content of this advertising.
I am Ann Myers, a lay leader representing Congregation Emmanuel of Waukesha. El Rahamim, merciful God, most high, author of life and death, we turn to you at this time of great grief. We turn to you in trust and pray that our dear ones and friends be granted perfect rest in your sheltering presence. Help them pass gently into the world to come, and fold them with love. Much was left unfinished in their lives, yet we know also the good that they tried to do. May those acts of goodness continue to give meaning to our lives. If we may have hurt them, please forgive us. In your hand are their spirits committed. Redeem them, O God of mercy and of truth. May they rest in peace, and may their memories be for us a blessing. Adonai Melech, Adonai Malach, Adonai Melech le'olam va'ed. God reigns, God has reigned, God will reign forever and ever. Amen.
I'm Deacon Mike Finley, officially the spiritual advisor for the Waukesha County St. Joseph de Paul Council, as well as I serve at St. Anthony and the Lake Congregation in Milwaukee. Unofficially, but more importantly, who's a lifelong resident of Waukesha. As a graduate of South High School, a band parent when my kids went to North. My first church after ordination was St. John Newman here in Waukesha. And I grieve with you. And I think the most important question in everybody's mind yesterday was, where was God? It was answered by Pastor David through Psalm 6. The Lord is with us. The Lord was with us yesterday. Despite all the tragedy, we saw evidence of good, of people not even knowing what was going on, but they rushed in to help, comfort, and soothe. They didn't know if there was going to be more. And I'm not even talking about the first responders. Those are clearly God was with them, our fire, police officials, but our citizens that came to help, to be with those who were hurt. God was with my little 3-year-old grandson and my wife, who just moments before turned and said, "I'm cold." And so they turned around and walked just as all that happened. God was with the people of Waukesha last night. And God is with us now. God is right here. I can feel the Lord with us. The Lord is with the healthcare providers right now, taking care of the injured, and more importantly, perhaps their families, offering comfort and hope as best they can. And God will be with us. God will be with us as we heal. And unfortunately, the toughest part perhaps of this healing process will be forgiveness. But God will be with us even in that process. And I hope and I pray that God will be with us next year at the 2022 Waukesha Christmas Parade, where we can all celebrate again as community.
So at this point in our program, if you managed to get a candle, this is the time for us to do our candle light. If you didn't manage to get a candle, cell phone camera will work in this case, or a cell phone screen. We want to make darkness light up. And as we make that happen, if you have a lit candle already, and somebody has an unlit candle, go ahead and pass the fire one to another as the light spreads.
Now we will read the names of the 5 beautiful souls that were lost yesterday. And then after the reading of those 5 names, we would invite you to lift up those that you would want to name who are in need of prayer this day. And so we remember
Wilhelm Hospel,
Virginia Sorenson,
Leanna, Owen,
Tamara, Durand,
Jane, Kulich,
Holy One, you know all whom we lift to you now.
What's up, guys? Hey, so I'm putting up the. They jumped into the conference a little bit sooner. They're reading off some instructions, I believe. So. I don't think they have the. Looks like they don't have any volume on their end yet. So let me double check that. Hey guys, sorry. Yeah, press for time. Conference has started. Let me double check and make sure that we're not missing the audio on this.
No. Do you want me to run upstairs and for Carrie? I didn't bring my phone. Ryan. Oh, good. You guys are all standing together. Where's the floor? Oh, perfect. You guys set this up perfect. Plan. We'll go right you floor right away, and then come on, Pepper. Do you want to leave Pepper here? You guys set this up perfect.
I'm not hearing any audio at this point, so I think they're just giving instructions. If you guys know of anything that I'm missing out on here, please let me know. So the audio is on, but it's very quiet. Maybe that's on my end. No, it's on theirs. Okay. So they're lining everybody up right now.
And then for the Sorensons, maybe can you guys move in a little bit? Okay, you guys look at that big screen. You can't see your face up there. So Tyler, can you move in a little bit?
I think I'm sensing that at this point because you warned me and I continue standing here. We did.
We're going to cut out and come right back in for this press conference. So